Chapter 11:15. Ha ha ha. Hello, Zwa and sister-in-law. The chubby guy was overjoyed. I've been looking for you guys for 3 days. Zwa Xiao Duo looked over. There were several people. This chubby guy was the little brother they met during the trial, Xiao Xia. Your little shrimp. Zwa Xiao Duo looked at Xiao Xia from the corner of his eyes. His gaze was somewhat unfriendly. This guy's appearance was even more showy than his own. This was simply a provocation. Wahahaha. Xiao Xia looked around and laughed. How was it? How was it? I told you that Zwo would definitely remember me. How was it? How was it? The guard beside him was speechless. You're the first successor of the largest family in the Astral Souls continent. How could you be this excited when someone remembers you? Could you be any more shameless? Could you not embarrass your ancestor, the Heavenly King of the Right? You're looking for me. What's the matter? Zwa Xiaoduo frowned. Zwa, you've come to Shangjing. As the little brother of the local tyrant, how could I not be a good host? Zwa, you're so mean. How could you forget about your brother when you came to Shangjing? Xiao Xia stuck out his belly and complained first. Then, he laughed out loud. You don't have to say anything. Zwa is in Shangjing. I'll take care of everything, including food, accommodation, transportation, and entertainment. A dragon. A one-stop service. Boss, don't worry and enjoy life. Zwa Xiaoduo's eyelids twitched. Zwa Xiaonian glanced at Xiao Xia with an indifferent expression. Xiao Xia instinctively felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. He couldn't help but shiver. He looked at Zwa Xiaonian fearfully and said flatteringly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zwa Xiaonian snorted. "Hello." With his sister-in-law's response, little Hero Yu's entire body felt lighter. He immediately stepped forward and pulled Zwa Xiaoduo's hand enthusiastically. Without any explanation, he walked forward and patted his chest as he said, "Zwa, don't worry. In Shangjing, that's my territory. Here, my words carry weight." He lowered his voice and whispered into Zwa Xiaoduo's ear, "You're even more effective than the Crown Prince's words, he. Well. He wasn't bragging. A certain shrimp was different from a certain Xiao Duo. The latter was a legitimate descendant of the nth generation, a legitimate successor. Regardless of identity, origin, reputation, or status, they were all real. In addition, everyone knew about them, so of course his words carried more weight. But if he were to say it out loud, it would be a little. That. The guard beside him, however, was speechless. Big shot, even if you're telling the truth, can't you use telepathy when you say that? They whispered in his ear. What kind of godly maneuver is this? Anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to hear it. Zwa, have you and sister-in-law eaten? Little Hero Yu asked enthusiastically. Not yet. It's my treat. It has to be my treat. Boss, please don't stand on ceremony with me. Make a call. Book the entire place tonight. No, book it now. Book it until tomorrow morning. Tonight, I want to get drunk with my boss. Little Hero Yu gave the order without hesitation. One of the guard's lips twitched and he went to make a call. Little Shrimp, looks like this kid has been doing well recently. Zwa Xiaoduo squinted. So impressive. Isn't this all thanks to you? TSK, I don't have that kind of luck. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Zwa Xiaoduo squinted. Zwa, I'm sad to hear you say that. What's going on? Didn't you say that you weren't valued in the family? That's not the case now. Speaking of this, little hero Yu's eyebrows danced as he laughed heartily. Ever since the last trial, I don't know how, but when I returned to the family, I became the first successor. Really? Hearing this, Xiao Duo was shocked, truly shocked. The Yu family that little hero Yu belonged to was the family of the heavenly king of the right. It was also the family of the Emperor Zhaixing. Without a doubt, it was the most powerful family in the astral souls continent. Such a large family had its own way of choosing its successor, but it should be quite strict and especially cautious. Often, their descendants might not be able to reach a conclusion even when they were hundreds of years old. How could this little fatty be chosen as the first in line to inherit the family so quickly? Wasn't this too hasty? It was child's play. Xiao Duo had only known little hero Yu for a short while, but he felt that he had some understanding of this fatty bai. With this guy's arrogant appearance, how could he be the head of the family? What, you're not bragging, are you? How could the dignified Yu family decide such a big thing so easily? You're not trying to give me face, are you? Xiao Duo expressed his disbelief from the bottom of his heart. Don't say that Sua doesn't believe it. When I first heard about it, I didn't believe it myself. At that time, I just took it as a joke. Little hero Yu laughed and said, but things are just that bizarre, especially when I'm the first in line to inherit the family. It was personally decided by the ancestor himself. He said that he saw that I would definitely be successful in the future, so it was decided just like that. The ancestor has spoken, who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Thus, I got promoted without knowing anything. Wahahaha. The ancestor personally decided. Xiaoduo's eyes were a little blank. This ancestor didn't seem very reliable. It's the heavenly king of the right, my ancestor. Then, just a month ago, the head of the family announced this matter to the world, confirming my status as the successor. He gave me 3 pieces of the divine sense protection jade pendant of the emperor ancestor. 3 pieces. 3 pieces, Ha. When he reached the final stage of the jade pendant, little hero Yu's bones were obviously lighter by a few ounces. It was obvious that he was extremely proud of himself. But to be able to become the successor of the #1 family in the astral souls continent was indeed something to be proud of. Xiao Duo was fascinated by the story. While he was envious and jealous, he also sighed that the Yu family was indeed the #1 family. Even the selection of the successor was so bizarre. Looking at little fatty's arrogant behavior, Xiao Duo was deeply worried about the future of the Yu family. With little fatty's character, if it was any other family, he would have been marginalized long ago. But in the Yu family, he actually became the #1 treasure. They even gave him 3 pieces of the emperor ancestor's divine sense jade pendant. Could it be any more ridiculous? Could it be that the Yu family's successor was chosen according to the special concept of choosing the most unreliable? Let's go, Zhua. I'll bring you and sister-in-law to tour the scenery of Shangjing. Later, we'll go to the heavenly palace and get drunk. Little fatty's face was full of glory. He was full of radiance and was in high spirits. When he walked, his legs were wide open from left to right. Kid, the 2 of us are in Shangjing now. It's quite sensitive. Xiao Duo vaguely reminded him. It's all right. Little hero Yu said loudly as he walked forward. He ignored the passers-by on the roadside, his guards, and even the divine senses monitoring them in the dark. He laughed loudly and said, Zhua, don't worry. With your little brother here, you can do whatever you want in Shangjing. Whoever dares to provoke my boss, I'll teach them and their whole family a lesson. These words were indeed domineering. But coming from the mouth of such an arrogant fatty bai, who looked like a hedonistic prodigal, Xiao Duo found it hard to believe. He felt that his horizons had been broadened once again. At the same time, he felt that this matter was reliable. Countless divine senses were immediately shaken. This Swa Shao duo was so close to the Yu clan. This fatty bai, did he get the clan's approval to say such words so rashly? One of the guards, who was experienced and prudent, reminded him in a low voice, "Young master, there are too many people around. It's better not to say such things casually." What did I say? Making friends is the most important thing. Instantly become friends and never regret. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? How can we make friends? Little hero Yu looked around and raised his head. I'm the young master of the Yu clan. This is how I make friends. What about it? Who dares to say no? Who? 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 The guard looked up at the sky with a melancholy face. Who? Who? Who am I? Where am I? This little fatty. How could he be so perverse? After giving him a warning, he actually became even more vicious. Truly melancholy. We are the team of the future master of the clan. We have been secretly nurtured for so many years. Each of us has gone through countless experiences and risked our lives to stand out. Then, finally, the successor of the clan master has been decided. But the person who has been confirmed is actually such an unreliable fellow. He is good at eating, drinking, and playing, but he is not willing to practice martial arts. Ever since the Heavenly King of the Right personally decided on this fellow's position as the first successor, the Yu clan has been in chaos. Every day, there would be several highly respected elders and the direct descendants of the Yu family who would come to supervise little hero Yu's training with a stick. And the process was basically repeated every day. There were rarely any changes. First, little hero Yu, who liked to sleep naked, would wake up from his dreams with a basin of water. Then, he would be dragged out naked. Second, they would start the routine beating every morning. Yes, that's right, it was a beating. Because little fatty Yu's practice was just to deal with it. Just supervision was not enough. Since supervision was not enough, they would arrange for people to spar with him and beat him up mercilessly. This would make him have a desire to live, and naturally, he would cultivate on his own. After the routine beating, they would enter the third stage, consume heavenly treasures and enter a state of cultivation. Every time, there would be a peak sky soaring realm cultivator guiding the spiritual energy in little fatty's body to enter this state of cultivation. Basically, it was that peak sky soaring realm cultivator who brought him to practice and helped him practice. The fourth stage would continue to beat him up. The fifth stage would guide the spiritual energy into his body. The sixth stage would continue to beat him up. The seventh stage would be another beating. The eighth stage would be another beating. Then, at 11:30 p.m. Finally, little fatty Yu went to sleep. And so, the above process was repeated 4 days a week without any changes. The other 3 days, little fatty Yu could freely use and relax. Little fatty Yu was beaten to the point that he howled every day. I don't want to be the successor anymore. I don't want to be the successor anymore. But the more he shouted, the more ruthless he was beaten. He was beaten to the point that if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be over. No, if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be over either. There was a process to the beating, and there was a time limit to it. Although little fatty was in an abyss of suffering for 4 out of the 7 days, as if he was in hell, when it came to the days when he was free to do as he pleased, he became arrogant. He would often say, I'm the Yu family's first successor, the Yu family's young master, and you're letting me eat this? I'm the young patriarch, you let me eat this? He was practically looking for trouble. Of course, little fatty Yu clan's first successor was partnering with a woman to do business with. One of them was doing business with a woman called Gao Qiao, Although the business was very popular, for the Yu clan's first successor to partner with a woman to do business, it was a loss of face. Moreover, that woman wasn't even in Shangjing. She was remotely commanding him to do things. With just a phone call, this young patriarch eagerly went over. Moreover, he personally went out to rope in customers. But there was no harm without comparison. Although it was a loss of face to do business with Gao Qiao, it was still a legitimate business. As for the other girl, in Fatty Bai's own words, he was trying to pick up a girl. However, that girl didn't even pay attention to him. Yet, this guy stuck to her like he was chewing on a sticky bubble gum. He displayed a ferocious bootlicking method, which made people gasp in amazement. It was a marvelous spectacle. But it was undeniable that the two girls who were partnering with Fatty Bai were both stunning. Gao Qiao was already a feast for the eyes, and the other girl, called Xian Yi, was even more graceful and charming. She was devastatingly beautiful. This made the group of guards who didn't take Fatty Bai seriously criticize and ridicule him in their hearts. This Fatty Bai's taste is really good, and it's another form of 1 against 2. It's really impressive. However, these few days, the Yu clan seemed to be indulging little Fatty even more. They allowed him to play outside for several days in a row, and even stopped the daily beatings. Therefore, little Fatty was extremely happy these few days. Of course, he was also very anxious. In fact, the moment Xiao Duo came to Shangjing, little hero Yu knew about it. During this period, he had been looking for Xiao Duo's whereabouts. The reason why he was so anxious to find Xiao Duo was because of Gao Qiao's request. Previously, when Xiao Duo disappeared, Li Chenglong blocked the news. But who was Gao Qiao? How could she not know that something might have happened to him? Naturally, she would try to pull some connections. Little hero Yu, a member of the Yu clan, was a special connection that she could contact. Unfortunately, even if little hero Yu sent out the Yu clan's men, they still couldn't find Xiao Duo's whereabouts. However, little hero Yu also found out about Xiao Duo's public network and came to Ancestral Dragon from the Sky Patrol throne. After the name Qin Fangyang spread, little Fatty knew that as long as Zhuo appeared, he would definitely come to Shangjing. Qin Fangyang had an accident, so how could Xiao Duo not come to Shangjing? It would be strange if he didn't come. Since then, little Fatty started to move. For the first time, he mobilized the clan's power as the successor of the clan. He went to investigate thoroughly and confirm how Qin Fangyang died and who killed him. Then, he paid attention to the movements of the entire Shangjing and waited for Zhuo's arrival. The group of people arrived at the most famous restaurant in Shangjing, the Palace of Heaven. Xiao Duo took in all the sights. This restaurant was really big. The elevator went all the way to the top floor, which was thousands of square meters. It was brightly lit and rows of maids stood neatly. Countless fresh flowers were piled up on the top floor, leaving only a place for a table. At this moment, there was a roar outside. Countless fireworks shot up into the sky and bloomed in Shangjing's night sky, gradually forming a few big words. A warm welcome to Zhuo's arrival in Shangjing. Then, boom, boom, boom. Another row of fireworks shot up into the sky. Little hero Yu welcomes Zhuo. Later, another row of fireworks shot up. Zhuo's arrival brings light to Shangjing. This extravagance. This momentum. This grandeur. Xiao Duo, who had always thought of himself as a show-off, high-end, and high-class person, was dumbfounded. Fuck, is this to welcome me? Those who didn't know would think that it was to welcome the Sky Patrol Minister. After all, that person was the one who was most qualified to be called Zhuo. However, it gave him a lot of face. Look, my arrival brings light to Shangjing. Throughout the meal, the fireworks didn't stop. Bang, 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 bang. One row after another. Another row after another. All kinds of compliments, all kinds of nice words, hung in the night sky one after another. A full 2 hours passed, and the night sky remained bright and colorful, extremely magnificent and resplendent. Everyone in Shangjing felt that today was even more festive than the New Year. This is too. Swishaoduo's lips twitched. He felt that he was still a country bumpkin. He really didn't know how to play as well as others. Next time, I'll do this too. Although it feels stupid, why do I have a feeling that it's awesome? With this, I reckon that hundreds of millions of people in Shangjing will know that a person with the surname Zhua has come to Shangjing. Swishaoduo sighed. Xiao Xiao laughed. That's nothing. I just want them to know that I, Zhua, have come to Shangjing. Swishaoduo looked at the row of fireworks in the sky that said, "Little brother Xiao Xia welcomes Zhua," and said lightly, "The direct result of your actions is that you've dragged yourself and your family into this mess." Xiao Xia said, "What's wrong with that? Without Zhua, I would have been killed in the arcane realm. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. A life-saving grace, no matter how much I repay it, it's not enough." Swishaoduo smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything else. After 3 rounds of wine and more than 100 dishes, Xiao Xia took out a foot-thick file from his space ring. "Zhua, you've come all the way to Shangjing. I don't have anything to give you, so I'll use this as a greeting gift." "What's this?" "This is the Yu family's investigation of teacher Qin Fangyang's case." Swishaoduo's expression changed abruptly, and he took it solemnly. Xiao Xia said, "This is all the information that has been confirmed so far. Although there isn't a complete chain of evidence, we can confirm that the Wang family has something to do with this case." Let me explain. The Wang family of the War God family and the Wang family of the capital have the same origin. Although they were divided, they have been united for hundreds of years. Whether it's targeting teacher Qin Fangyang or the burglary of Principal He Yuanyue's grave, they were all ordered by the Wang family. I'll take care of it. The only regret is that I can't find out the Wang family's motive for doing this. Regarding this matter, this situation, little hero Yu was really embarrassed. Such a big family, known as the #1 family in the world, couldn't even find out such a small thing in their own territory. They were really ashamed of Zhua. Swishaoduo didn't care too much about this. Xiao Xiao's willingness to help him was already beyond his expectations. The information that he could provide should be the best that the government could gather. Naturally, he looked through the file carefully and immersed himself in it. It had to be said that the Yu family was indeed the #1 family. So much information was gathered, and every small matter had the name and phone number of the person in charge. Obviously, these people would have to take responsibility for any falsehood in this information. From the outside to the inside, there were a total of 10 files. The direction of the investigation was confirmed to be the Wang family, and the investigation stopped abruptly. This also proved that the Yu family wasn't prepared to go to war with the Wang family. In other words, there was no need to go to war with the Wang family. Swishaoduo looked through each file seriously. Seeing that Swishaoduo didn't say anything, Xiao Xia turned to chat with Swishaonian. "Hello, sister-in-law. You're getting more and more beautiful." "Thank you." Swishaonian looked indifferent. Although she wasn't as cold as usual, the aura that kept people 1,000 miles away was still naturally exuded. This was Swishaonian's nature. Except for Swishaoduo and Swichonglu, she treated everyone else like this. When she was with outsiders, she was naturally vigilant and guarded to the maximum level. The outsiders here included Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, and Swishaoduo's best friends. Of course, just like how Swishaoduo regarded Hu Ruoyun as another relative besides his mother and sister, Zhuo Xiaoyan also had exceptions in her heart. There were 3 exceptions. One was Mu Yanyan, the second was He Yuanyue, and the last was Qin Fangyang. But now, among these 3 people, Qin Fangyang was killed, and He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed. For Zhuo Xiaoyan, like Zhuo Xiaoduo, they were both filled with anger and irreconcilable hatred. The fact that he was able to maintain his composure at this moment was already because of the ranger's kindness. However, this expression was nothing to the ranger. Because this guy endured this kind of expression every day. He had long been used to it. "Sister-in-law, can I ask you something?" Xiao Xia looked distressed. "I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Go ahead." "It's like this, I like a girl. Sigh, but this girl. She's always lukewarm to me, but she's not pretentious or anything. She just doesn't like me. I had no choice but to expose my identity, but she became even more distant from me. What do you think is going on?" Xiao Xia's face was full of bitterness as he sighed. This was a sad thing for him. Originally, their relationship had improved a little, but since he returned home from the last trial and became the young master of the Yu family, Mo Xuani's attitude towards him had become colder and colder. It was definitely not a show of refusal to marry into a rich family, but a real coldness. Chapter 11:16. This result, this reality, hurt the hero greatly. Not only that, but everyone in the Yu family was extremely dissatisfied with the hero's actions of licking the dog every day. The little fatty was even beaten up because of this. Because of this matter, the little fatty's father swung a big stick and chased the little fatty around the Yu family like a dog. The little fatty screamed in pain and was beaten until his nose was bruised and his butt was swollen. He scolded again and again, "You useless bastard. What a disappointment." The hero screamed and begged for mercy, "We're really in love." "Bullshit. She doesn't even care about you, how can you be in love? You're licking and licking her every day, she doesn't even care about you, but you still go every day. You. How can you be so useless?" The little fatty would have been better off if he didn't say that they were in love. The moment he said this, the entire Yu family exploded in anger. The future patriarch of the Yu clan was appointed by the old ancestor to pursue a girl from an ordinary family. Even if you were willing, our Yu clan would never accept a woman with such a simple background as the patriarch's wife. The patriarch's marriage had always been the most important matter. How could it be decided so carelessly? This was a matter that could decide the future of the Yu family. You want to marry an ordinary girl? It was fine to take her in as a concubine, but to be the patriarch's wife? Don't even think about it, hero. But the hero was deeply in love and had been blinded by love. He was determined to go straight to the southern mountain without looking back. The little fatty's father was panting heavily at home every day. His mother sighed at home every day. His ancestors and elders were so angry that their stomachs were about to explode. The hero was so distressed that he was about to go crazy. The girl was unwilling and would not accept it. His family was also unwilling and would not accept it. He was the only one left. But he was truly deeply in love with Mo Xuani, and no matter what, he couldn't let her go. In this lifetime, he only had Mo Xuani in his eyes. "Sister-in-law, what do you think I should do? You've been through this before, can you give me some advice?" The little fatty begged. "I don't know. I don't understand this." Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded honestly. "You don't understand this? Then what about you and boss?" The ranger was a little confused. "Our parents chose us," Zhuo Xiaoyan said. The ranger felt as if he had received 1 billion critical hits. "I also want to have such parents." "You've never talked about it before. Zhuo didn't even chase after you." The ranger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was supposed to be the #1 goddess in the entire continent. How could she be taken down by Swa before she could even put up a fight? This stopped thinking about how he was still being politely told to get lost by the girl. Little hero Yu felt very sad and his balls hurt. He wanted to vomit blood. Talk. What is it? Swa Xiaoyan was confused. I'm in love, Xiao Xia said. Yeah, we've been dating every day. Swa Xiaoyan said in a daze, we've been dating since we were kids. They had been dating since they were young. Were they childhood sweethearts, a perfect match made in heaven? The ranger was getting more and more depressed. After a while, he finally struggled to ask, then when did you two get together? What did Swa do to move you? Swa Xiaoyan widened her beautiful eyes and said in a daze, there wasn't any time, and he didn't do anything to move me. I knew I was his wife since we were kids. Why are you guys making it so complicated? The ranger picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. He only felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was as if the sky had been blocked out. The ranger could withstand Swa Xiaoduo's attack. Because Swa Xiaoduo was intentionally attacking him. After seeing through Swa Xiaoduo's intentions, other than cursing in his heart, there was nothing else he could do. However, Swa Xiaoyan was completely unintentional. She didn't even know what she was asking. But every word she said, every unintentional sentence, was even more deadly. Just like that, the ranger, who was a single dog, suffered a series of critical hits that were indescribable. No, this was gradually going beyond the scope of what could be described with pen and ink. So, sister-in-law is Swa's child bride. The ranger said weakly. You're the child bride. Swa Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. Then. We've been free to love since we were kids. Free to love, do you understand? Swa Xiaoyan argued anxiously, her voice stern. The ranger was now at a point where he didn't want to speak anymore. Your words are so reasonable. I know I have nothing to say. I won't speak anymore, okay? Sister-in-law, can you teach little shrimp some Sanzho moves to deal with girls? The ranger changed his strategy and beat around the bush. Swa Xiaoyan thought for a moment. She really felt the ranger's sincerity in asking for help and his kindness in helping Swa Xiaoduo. She was willing to help. However, she was really clueless in this regard. The more she thought about it, the more blank her mind became. After a while, she said, people say that you can only understand with experience. I've never had any experience in this area. How would I know what to do? We're really in love. There's no such thing. Never been dealt with. There's no such thing. The ranger was in tears after suffering a few more critical hits. Then, sister-in-law. What do you like? The ranger changed his approach again and asked Swa Xiaoyan directly. The person he liked was also a high-end beauty. Although she couldn't be compared to his sister-in-law, their interests should be similar, right? I like. Swa Xiaoyan thought about it seriously, and then said, I like to improve my cultivation, and I also like handy artifacts, or those kinds of connate creatures, 9 heavens spring water, bay laurel honey. Well, these are all things I like. Hee hee. The ranger felt that he was about to become autistic. Artifacts, innate creatures, Jiuxiao spring water. He he he. I know all these things, and I also understand. It's not that you like it. As long as you're human, you have to like it. Well, what is laurel honey? Since my sister-in-law mentioned it, it must be something that exists. It's probably something from legends or myths. In short, it's the kind that's very high-end. But I don't have any of these. I've never even heard of laurel honey. Don't tell me that I need to use a divine weapon to chase after an outstanding girl now. Then who can afford to marry a wife? The ranger drank silently, looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo with resentful eyes from time to time. In comparison, Zhuo was still better, although he was a little cheap. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were drinking. Although they had a lot on their minds, the atmosphere was still harmonious. On this night, the situation in Shangjing was even more turbulent. Undercurrents were surging and rising. In the eyes of ordinary people, the endless fireworks that night were just rich people playing with fireworks because they had nothing better to do. There were so many fireworks and so many patterns. Even a few million wouldn't be enough. In short, rich people really knew how to play. Treating someone to a drink was such a big deal. Ordinary people like us can only look up to them. As expected, poverty has limited our imagination. However, in the eyes of the upper echelons and the big families in Shangjing, this matter was completely different. This matter had nothing to do with acting tough. This was a signal, an attitude, an extremely arrogant and obvious declaration of their position. It was completely the Yu family announcing to the whole of Shangjing, Zhuo Xiaoduo is under my protection. Whoever dares to touch Zhuo Xiaoduo is an enemy of the Yu family. That is an enemy of the heavenly king of the right. That is an enemy of the Emperor Zhai Xing. They wanted to use the most obvious way to release the signal, arrogantly announcing it to the whole world. Whoever dares to touch Zhuo Xiaoduo, come and try it. The fireworks in the night sky were still rushing up and exploding endlessly. It was as if they wanted to use this method to dispel the darkness of Shangjing's night forever. The Wang family once again called for an emergency meeting. However, this time, only the absolute core of the family could attend. The Yu family has intervened. The situation is getting worse and worse. What should we do about this matter? After the Wang family head, Wang Han, saw the sudden fireworks incident, he seemed to have aged a few years. After all, he had to face the Yu family head-on. This kind of pressure wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Check it out. What's going on? I want accurate information. Reporting to head, the first successor of the Yu family head, little hero Yu, met with danger when he went to the Starry Mountain Range to train. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo who saved his life. After that, little hero Yu followed Zhuo Xiaoduo all the way to the Starry Mountain Range and was able to create the Starry Mountain Range. I see. Head, what should we do about this matter? If the plan continues, we might have to go to war with the Yu family. With the Yu family's strength at its peak, how can we resist them? Wang Han let out a long sigh. His gaze was heavy as he looked into the distance. Over there, fireworks were still rising, exploding in the sky. They formed various kinds of words, rendering the entire night sky colorful and dazzling. Chapter 11:17. The clan master would never be so stupid. He considered the future more thoroughly than anyone else. Then, what was it? What was it that made the clan master so persistent, so stubborn, and so courageous? The plan remains unchanged. Wang Han made the final decision. Yes. Even if we have to pay the price of the entire Wang clan, as long as this matter succeeds, we will be worthy of our ancestors and future generations. Yes. Let's disperse. Clan Master, there is one more thing. What is it? In the past few days, many people from Phoenix City's second high school have been attacking our Wang clan's businesses in different ways and in different fields. There were even people who tried to assassinate us. There were also many who tried to break into our house. Weren't those people sent to the judicial authorities? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Those who were supposed to be detained have all been taken out. Who? Who did it? It's the Liu clan. The people of the Liu family suddenly intervened. All the criminals were taken out by the Lu family. Then, they were released and regained their freedom. It is said that this matter was done by the Lu clan's clan master himself. Lu clan. The clan master personally took action. Wang Han turned around like a whirlwind, his eyes wide open. Why did the Lu clan take action? This. I don't know for now. What's more, since yesterday, the Lu clan began to attack our related industrial chain. The Lu clan's network forces also began to cooperate with Shuai's company to discredit us as much as possible. Just this afternoon, the sons of the Lu clan's clan master personally destroyed several of our branches. Tonight, Old Seven encountered the Lu clan's eldest brother at the entrance of Shangjing Theater. He was seriously injured on the spot. The guards fought with all their might to save Old Seven. It is said that the Lu clan's eldest brother came to stir up trouble from the beginning. Once he attacked, it was a fatal blow. If Old Seven wasn't wearing a high-level demon beast inner armor, I'm afraid. In short, the Lu clan is now showing a state of crazy biting and not hesitating to fight with us. Wang Han was silent again. The Lu clan was not ranked in the top 3 in Shangjing, but it was still ranked in the top 10. For so many years, the Lu family had been keeping a low profile. No matter how the situation changed, the Lu family rarely reacted. They just kept sending their disciples to the Sun Moon Pass to participate in the battle. From the beginning to the end, they did not reveal their strength. Even though all the major families in Shangjing knew that the Lu family was not weak, no one had ever seen them as an opponent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were good people for 10,000 years. But this time, why did the Lu family, who had always kept a low profile, stand out so clearly? One had to know that the fact that the clan head had personally protected the assassins who tried to assassinate the Wang family was already the most obvious signal. That was, "Your Wang family, I will definitely go against you." One had to know that as the head of the clan personally making an appearance, it basically meant that they would not rest until one of them was dead. This attitude was even more clearly expressed than the Yu family's fireworks tonight. This was because the Yu family's actions so far, in a sense, could be understood as the young family head repaying a debt of gratitude. After all, up until now, the only person from the Yu family that had appeared was Xiao Yu. None of the senior members of the Yu family had appeared. If the matter had deteriorated to a certain extent, the Yu family's elders only needed to say that the young man was not sensible and was causing trouble. His actions only represented his personal wishes, and this matter could be easily covered up. After all, with the Yu family's status, they only needed an excuse to enter. If they wanted to withdraw, they only needed a way out. But the Lu family's clan head had personally made an appearance. That meant that there was no more room for negotiation. Furthermore, if one analyzed the timing of the Lu family's intervention in detail, one would find that it was earlier than the Yu family's declaration. It was even more unyielding and decisive. This was very thought-provoking. This was not taking advantage of the situation, nor was it taking advantage of the situation. It was a clear-cut attack. In other words, the Lu family did not take advantage of the situation because of the Yu family's intervention. It was completely because of their own reasons. Wang Han was silent for a moment. Then, he took out his phone and called the Lu family's clan head, Lu Yingfeng. They were both clan heads of big families in Shangjing. Although they could not be considered old friends, they still had some old friendship. At the very least, they had interacted many times. They were not close, nor were they bosom buddies. However, everyone had been in Shangjing for so many years, and there was still some friendship between them. Sometimes, some matters could still be discussed over drinks at the same table. He really could not figure out why the Lu family would do this. They usually did not make any moves, but once they made a move, they went to the extreme. When did our Wang family offend you? The phone rang twice before it was connected. An indifferent voice came from the other end. Why are you calling me, clan head Wang? Do you have any instructions? Wang Han smiled and said, Brother Lu, long time no see. I miss you, so I called to ask about you. Lu Yingfeng said indifferently, Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang. My body is still healthy. Wang Han could feel the clear alienation and indifference in the other party's voice. However, this was what he did not understand the most. In the end, how did the Wang family offend the Lu family? At this moment, the Wang family was in troubled times, and the situation was unstable. Not only was it unwise to have a big enemy like the Lu family under the tree, but it was also courting death. If it could be resolved, the Wang family would be willing to pay a considerable price. However, the crux of the problem now was that the Wang family did not know how they had offended the Lu family at all. Thinking of this, Wang Han asked straightforwardly, Brother Lu, I really don't understand this phone call. I have to call and ask for a clear explanation. Ask. I wonder how my Wang family offended Brother Lu. Or offended the Lu family. Please tell me, Brother Lu. If I am really in the wrong, I will bring a bramble to ask for punishment and cut off the karma. If there is any misunderstanding with my relationship with Brother Lu, this old man believes that there is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved. Wang Han directly said everything in one breath. He even lowered his posture. On the other side, the Lu family head was silent for a moment and said lightly, Why can't I understand Brother Wang's words? Wang Han was displeased. Brother Lu, why do you have to speak in secret in front of an honest person? Why do you lose your dignity? Ha ha ha. The Lu family head's laughter was heard. The phone was on speaker mode, and the Wang family members present could clearly hear that the Lu family head's laughter contained indescribable sadness, bitterness, and anger. Wang Han, do you really want to know why I am going against you? The Lu family head did not hide it this time and spoke rudely. He even called out his name directly, no longer hiding anything. It was an imposing manner that made it clear that he would not rest until one of them was dead. Even through the phone, it was exceptionally clear. Wang Han's heart suddenly trembled, and he said, Please speak. He could not help but hold his breath, and an inexplicable ominous premonition rapidly grew in his heart. Then I will tell you clearly. Lu Yingfeng gritted his teeth and said word by word, Phoenix City, Yuan's grave was dug up by your Wang family, right? Wang Han's heart skipped a beat. Then. What does it have to do with you? Ha 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 ha. What does it have to do with me? Ha 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 ha, Wang Han, what does it have to do with me? Wang Han, you son of a bitch. Lu Yingfeng suddenly did not care about his manners and cursed angrily. He said in a hoarse voice, Wang Han, I will tell you the reason clearly. Yuanyue has another name, Lu Qianqian. She is my, Lu Yingfeng's, daughter. My flesh and blood. My, Lu Yingfeng's, youngest daughter. The daughter that I, Lu Yingfeng, owe the most in my life. My only daughter. Even when she was still alive, every time I thought of this daughter, it felt like a knife was cutting my heart. Back then, because she was plotted against, her foundation was destroyed, and her martial path came to a premature end. As her father, I could not find the spirit medicine to cure her. I was already in so much pain that I wanted to die. Now that she is dead, you actually dug up her grave so that she can't have peace after death. Lu Yingfeng gritted his teeth and said, Wang Han, today I will tell you frankly, I, Lu Yingfeng, and your Wang family, no. Die. No. Rest. You dug up my daughter's grave, so I will dig up your Wang family's ancestral grave. Wang Han's heart shook. So that was it. So that was the truth. Lu Yingfeng's actions could be considered to be before the Yu family officially came out to receive Zhuo Xiaoduo, and it did not have much to do with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Instead, he was the one who stood up for his daughter. Even at that time, Lu Yingfeng clearly knew that the Lu family was no match for the Wang family, but he still chose to come out personally. What kind of determination was this? No wonder. This was no longer a great enemy, but a great enmity. Perhaps there was a chance to turn a great enemy into a friend, but how could such an irreconcilable enmity be resolved? Wang Han was shocked and asked, "He Yuanyue? Lu Qianqian? How? How could this be?" His mind was in a mess for a moment. Originally, if there was no incident with Hero Yu at night, this incident would not have caused too much of a shock to him. However, the Yu family was already incomparable to the declining Wang family. If there was also the Lu family, which was also one of the top 10 families and had vowed to take revenge, then the Wang family really had no chance of winning. "He Yuanyue is my daughter, Lu Qianqian." Lu Yingfeng gritted his teeth. "My Qianqian has already been buried underground, and now even after death, she still can't rest in peace. When she was alive, she begged me not to expose her existence. I couldn't give her more, so I could only comply. However, I didn't expect that even after she died, I, as her father, couldn't even protect her grave. Wang Han. What kind of bastards are you? And Qin Fangyang. That's my son-in-law." Lu Yingfeng laughed mournfully. "In order to fulfill my daughter's last wish, I used my connections to influence and secretly help Qin Fangyang enter the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School. However, I didn't expect that it would cost his life. Before my daughter died, she wrote a letter to me, asking me to take care of her lover. In the end, it was me who personally sent my son-in-law to the gates of hell. Wang Han. My Lu family. What enmity and grudge does your family have? Wang Han, you're specifically stabbing me where my heart hurts the most. Now, you actually have the face to call me and ask why. Who are you pretending to be innocent for? Do you think that you can cover the sky with one hand after digging up someone's grave and no one will ask about it? Was there no one who would back her up? How could it be so quiet and peaceful? Let me tell you, she has it. She still has her father. She still has her father. Chapter 11:18. The anger and grief from the other side came crashing down. Wang Han felt his mind was in a mess. Lu Yingfeng roared. The phone was cut off with a click. Lu Yingfeng must have either smashed the phone or crushed it in a fit of anger. Wang Han's phone was still in his hand as he stood there in a daze. The other members of the Wang clan who were also in the secret room were all dumbstruck and speechless for a long time. They understood. They completely understood. Why Qin Fangyang could enter Ancestral Dragon High School as a teacher so easily. Why He Yuanyue, an ordinary person, could single-handedly support Phoenix City's No. 2 high school and send so many talents to the astral souls. Logically speaking, even if she had the heart, she definitely did not have the financial resources to do so. Why would the Lu family bring all the people who wanted to avenge He Yuanyue? Why would the Lu family be so agitated when He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed? So that was it. This was the truth, this was reality. He Yuanyue was Lu Qianqian, the youngest daughter of the Lu family's head. She was also the apple of Lu Yingfeng's eye. Everyone knew that the Lu family was prosperous. Lu Yingfeng had a wife and more than 10 concubines. He had more than 90 sons, but he did not have a daughter. Who would have thought that He Yuanyue was the only child of the Lu family? One could imagine how precious He Yuanyue's only sister would be to the Lu family's head and the elders of the Lu family, as well as her 90 brothers. Now, their treasure was gone, and they had to dig up her grave. The Wang family naturally became the outlet for the Liu family's guilt and discomfort for nearly 100 years. Moreover, this vent was strong enough to bear all of the Liu family's anger, all of their longing, all of their guilt, all of their debt. All of it poured out. What the fuck? This is really... What the fuck? After a long time, Wang Honkai finally cursed with a twisted face. However, the strange feeling in his heart did not disappear. The bomb that had been hidden for so long and so deep was actually successfully detonated by him in such a way. What the fuck? What the fuck? How unlucky can I be? I'm just digging a random grave, but I actually poked a hornet's nest. The blue veins on Wang Han's forehead bulged out. He muttered angrily, randomly digging up a grave, and it has a relationship with the Liu family. Randomly looking for a target, and it has a relationship with the Yu family. Motherfucker, the next step is to randomly pick a person. Won't they directly pick the minister's head? This is simply absurd. Everyone, let's discuss how we should handle this matter. Although Wang Han was angry, he quickly calmed down. At such a critical juncture, being anxious and angry was the most useless emotion. Even though the Liu family had made it clear that they would not rest until one of them was dead, the strength of the Liu family was still lacking compared to the Wang family. Even if it was very troublesome to deal with, and if they really fought, it would be hard to avoid serious injuries, but as long as it didn't drag on for too long, it would still be bearable. And as long as he could get through the current crisis and continue the situation until the group of dragons snatched the vein, Wang Han was confident that he could completely defeat the Liu family. At that time, even if the Liu family still didn't give up and still wanted to fight to the death with the Wang family, he believed that the higher-ups would make a choice after considering the overall situation. The Liu family has already made it clear that they are enemies with the Wang family. We have to file a record with the higher-ups first. Wang Han said faintly, Wang Jun, go to the High Martial Affairs Bureau and make it clear that there may be a fight with the Liu family. The Liu family is very likely to use a similar method to challenge us to force us to make a move. Why? Wang Jun was obviously puzzled by the clan master's judgment. This kind of thing had happened many times before. Since when did it need to be filed? Time is not on my side. Now is a delicate time when the higher-ups are dissatisfied with the Wang family. If they suddenly intervene during the fight and take everyone away with the crime of breaking public order, the aftermath will be troublesome. And if it really comes to that step, I estimate that the Liu family will be able to come out quickly, but our Wang family may not. Wang Han said, now is a time of trouble. It is more appropriate to plan ahead and prepare more. Since we can't avoid going against the Liu family, then we should prepare in advance. Don't give people with ulterior motives an excuse. Understood. Wang Jun sighed, appearing to be in an exceptionally heavy mood. Since when did a noble family with 10,000 years of glory have to be so careful and tiptoe? Now, it was indeed a precarious situation. Similarly, our branches and related enterprises in various places may be attacked by the Liu family. File all of them, just like how we dealt with the students from Phoenix City's second high school. It's just that the strength of the response needs to be deeper. File all the possible emergencies that may occur. It's better to prevent trouble before it happens. Understood, Clan Master. Everyone can see that the current Wang family is in a precarious situation. Many people no longer have scruples about our war god family. Wang Han faintly smiled. Although the current situation can be said to be extremely rare since the establishment of the Wang clan, it is not as if the Wang clan has not experienced similar situations and great waves. After 10,000 years, the Wang clan has always been the Wang clan, and will still be the Wang clan. This is just a small setback. What we have to do first is not to panic. That's right. That's right. Clan Master, we understand. When has our Wong family ever been afraid of anyone or any family? Just do it. The meeting was about to end. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and a message came in. Clan Master, the fourth son of the Liu family wants to challenge the fifth master. The reason is to settle the old score from 5 years ago. Currently, a letter of challenge has been sent. The location is set at the military platform in the north of the city. Wang Han glanced at it and smiled faintly. The Liu family has sent a letter of challenge. As he spoke, he let everyone take a look. His actions were calm, as if everything was under his control. Everyone prostrated themselves in admiration. The clan master just said that the Liu family might use the method of a challenge to provoke and start a fight. His words were still in their ears, and the challenge came. As expected, it was a divine strategy. It was amazing. Clan Master, is the fifth son going to accept the challenge? Of course, informed the fifth son. Not only must he go, but he must also win cleanly. In this battle, all the people from the Liu family, including the fourth son of the Liu family, are not allowed to leave. Wang Han said faintly, we must use thunderous means to eradicate them in one fell swoop. Even if we have to pay a price, we can accept it. Since they dare to touch the tiger's whiskers of the Wang family, they must pay the corresponding price. Understood. Remember to be wary of ambushes. Understood. Then let's go. Zhou Xiaoduo unhurriedly flipped through the files that the ranger had given him. The last 2 pages of the file were the records of the strength possessed by the Wang family. The content was especially detailed. Dao integration experts. On the surface, the Wang family has 2 Dao integration ancestors. Previously, the experts who had broken through to the Dao integration stage had all had official funerals, but they were probably still alive. The so-called funerals were just a smokescreen used by the Wang family to hide their strength. In this way, if the Wang family's Dao integration experts had not really died in the past 3,000 years, then there would be 6 of them, including 2 genius-level Dao integration pinnacle stage, 2 genius-level high-level Dao integration pinnacle stage, and 2 normal-level Dao integration pinnacle stage. In addition, 3,500 years ago, the 2 Dao integration experts of the Wang family had a decisive battle with someone on the Thousand-Ceasing Peak. In the end, they self-destructed and perished together with the enemy. Not even their corpses were left. This battle is verified to be real, but the so-called self-destruction may not be real. We cannot rule out the possibility that it was an act. If it was an act, then the Wang family might have 8 Dao integration experts. Moreover, these 2 were especially powerful and had reached the legendary Dao integration pinnacle stage. We cannot rule out the possibility that they had already broken through. Also note, at that time, the 2 heavenly kings of the Wu people led 8 Dao integration shaman generals to invade. Their purpose was to let the 8 Dao integration experts break through in the battle. At that time, there was a shortage of manpower at the border, so we urgently transferred high-level inland cultivators to participate in the battle. At that time, the Wang family claimed that the 2 ancestors had perished together with the enemy and were unable to assist in the battle. However, there was no evidence to support this claim. We suspect that they were avoiding the battle. If they were really avoiding the battle, then the total number of Dao integration experts in the Wang family would be 2 more. The ranger also craned his neck to look at this line and sneered. The Wang family really has many experts. Up until now, our Yu family has only had 1 Dao integration stage patriarch at a time, yet the Wang family has so many. This is truly a spectacle. Zhou Xiaoduo replied indifferently, they only have 2 Dao integration experts on the surface. How is that many? The fatso clicked his tongue. Who would believe that? Only an idiot would believe that. The Wang family has developed a case of persecutory paranoia in recent years. They always feel that others are trying to harm them. Thus, they are extremely cautious. They can only sleep peacefully with Dao integration stage experts watching over them. Their paranoia has already reached its final stages. There's no saving them. The ranger's tone was unusually harsh as he spoke of the Wang family. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and continued to look at the number of Flying Heaven Realm experts that the Wang family had on the surface. The information regarding the Flying Heaven Realm cultivators became more and more detailed. Their names, ages, lives, and deeds, including how many times they had suppressed their cultivation base before breaking through, how old they were at the return to profound stage, how long they had been stuck at the Flying Heaven Realm, and how many times they had suppressed their cultivation base. 67 Flying Heaven Realm cultivators. Zhou Xiaoduo was astonished. That many? How many Flying Heaven Realm experts can an army possibly have? The ranger replied, "Boss, look carefully at the information regarding their identities. Most of the information here has been erased by the fact that they are adopted or adopted children. The Wang clan is a meritorious clan, so they are allowed to retain their strength to protect the clan. This is a rule set by the country, and it is also a privilege given to meritorious clans. It is similar to how they raise private soldiers in novels. The Wang family is taking advantage of this loophole." Chapter 11:19. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. Is this number accurate? It's at least 90% accurate. At the very least, all the veteran Ascension experts are included here. It's just that it's relatively unclear if they've made a breakthrough in the past 5 years. This is because cultivators who have just broken through the bottleneck of the Ascension realm have to go into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize their realm. Usually, a breakthrough on the battlefield takes about 3 months to stabilize. This is because at that time, many of them will be injured and will easily fall back to their original realm. The Wang clan is the most cowardly and afraid of death. Naturally, they'll be even more cautious about this. They'll settle down for 3 to 5 years, and even wait until they've reached the intermediate level of the Ascension realm or are close to it before they can feel at ease. Therefore, in these 5 years, as long as they don't show themselves, it's naturally impossible to calculate. However, according to probability, this number of 37, if at most 10 more were to be added to it, it would already be incredible. After some consideration, he lowered the number of Wang clan's Flying Heavens to this number. This has been revised. The Wanderer pondered for a moment and said, "I can guarantee that this number is not missing at all." Right, I don't know if it's because the Wang clan doesn't care about their own cultivation realm, but according to the data, almost none of the members of the Wang clan have suppressed their cultivation realm more than 7 times in the Gui Xian realm. The first 4 have suppressed their Ascension realm 7 times, while the others have suppressed their Ascension realm 6 times or 5 times. The last one has suppressed his Ascension realm 2 times. This one is the most unlucky one. It said that he got too excited when he was having sex with a new concubine and suddenly broke through. It said that after breaking through that night, the female martial artist was crushed into a meat patty by the overflowing True Yuan and became a joke. The Wanderer's smile was very wretched. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. She rolled her eyes at this guy and turned her face away. Zhou Xiaoduo was in high spirits. "Oh, there's such a thing. Tell me in detail. I love this kind of gossip the most. Tell me in detail." Before he finished speaking, a bone-piercing pain came from his thigh. Zhou Xiaoduo opened his mouth wide. It was so painful that his tongue stiffened in his mouth. His whole body was stiff and trembling slightly. Zhou Xiaoyan had gathered her spiritual energy and pinched his thigh hard. This pinch was merciless. Even with Zhou Xiaoduo's well-honed body, He could not withstand it and almost screamed out loud. Seeing this scene, the wandering hero was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly shut his mouth, afraid that he would be implicated and suffer an unexpected calamity. Zwa was already in such a state. If it were her own small arms and legs, she would be lucky to have one of them twisted off. She would also be frozen into powder the moment Zwa touched her. Zwa Xiaoyan finally loosened her grip and snorted heavily. Zwa Xiaoduo's hands quickly rubbed his thighs. Ah. The ranger lowered his head and slurped down a bowl of congee. Oh my god. It must hurt a lot. But I can't laugh. I must not laugh. If I laugh now, I might not have the chance to laugh again in the future. The meal in the heavenly palace lasted for a long time. The three of them chatted and ate, accompanied by the endless fireworks outside. It was not until 2 hours later that it gradually came to an end. The last 2 bottles of the heavenly spirit wine that the ranger had brought were now finished. The phone suddenly rang. The ranger did not hesitate and quickly picked it up. He did not have any intention of avoiding Zwa Xiaoduo. The other side of the phone seemed to say something very hurriedly. The ranger listened calmly and finally replied, "Okay, I got it." He hung up the phone and said to Zwa Xiaoduo, "There's something interesting going on tonight. I think Zwa will be interested." Zwa Xiaoduo held the wine glass and turned it in his hand. "Oh. What's so interesting?" According to the latest news, the 4th son of the Liu family is going to challenge the 5th son of the Wang family tonight. It's said that they want to settle an old score from a few years ago. The life and death match will be held at the Dingjun stage in the north of the city. The little fatty chuckled and said, "The Liu family, who never liked to compete, has really gone crazy this time." It's a feeling of anger that has been suppressed for decades suddenly erupting. It's scary. Zwa Xiaoduo took a deep breath. The Liu family. They took the initiative to challenge the Wang family. His gaze became serious, and he said slowly, "Why? There has to be a reason, right? It's said that old Principal He Yuanyue is actually the youngest daughter of the head of the Liu family." The ranger narrowed his eyes and said, "I've already asked them to gather information about this. There will be a report soon." Zwa Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window, saying, "So. That's it." His thoughts drifted away in an instant. He vaguely remembered that He Yuanyue's real name was Liu Qianqian. It turned out that the respectable old man was actually from such a prestigious family. But this also explained why the old principal had nurtured so many successful students. It was possible that the Liu family had secretly contributed to this. How could there be no reason for every bird to peck? 10 minutes later, a new document was sent to the ranger's phone. The ranger opened it and handed it to Zwa Xiaoduo without even looking at it. Inside was an extremely detailed introduction of Yuanyue, from her birth to her death, from her identity as a noble daughter of the Liu family, to how she met Qin Fangyang, to how she was plotted against, how she faked her death, hid her identity, and went to Phoenix City to spend the rest of her life. Everything that happened in her life was recorded in detail. He Yuanyue's real name was Liu Qianqian. She was the youngest and only daughter of the head of the Liu family, Liu Yingfeng. She had a good aptitude since she was young. When she grew up, she entered the High Martial Arts Academy to gain experience. She was betrayed and seriously injured. The Liu family tried their best to find the elixir but to no avail. After waiting for a few years, Liu Qianqian finally knew that there was no hope. She chose to fake her death and part ways with her lover. She went to Phoenix City and established the second high school in He Yuanyue's name. Principal He refused all help from his family. He was even more afraid that Qin Fangyang would find him because of his family, so he begged his family not to contact him. The Liu family was still secretly investing $5 billion in Phoenix City's second high school under the guise of charity. They also secretly sent experts to take care of it. When Qin Fangyang came to Phoenix City to become a teacher, Yuanyue was afraid of being exposed and forced the Liu family to withdraw. When Yuanyue passed away, the head of the Liu family and his wife rushed to Phoenix City and stayed there for 15 days. Finally, they found an opportunity to visit their daughter's grave in the pouring rain. It was night and the rain was pouring, but there was no water around Yuanyue's grave until the wind stopped and the rain stopped. Later, because of Yuanyue's last wish, the Liu family secretly helped Qin Fangyang enter the ancestral Dragon High School and planned to fight for the heritage, fulfilling Yuanyue's last wish. Among the three people who secretly plotted against Yuanyue and Qin Fangyang, two of them were killed by Qin Fangyang. The third person was under the surveillance of the Liu family. At first, the Liu family intended to let Qin Fangyang take revenge personally. However, when the news of Qin Fangyang's death spread, that person was personally executed by the head of the Liu family. When they heard that Yuanyue's grave was destroyed, the entire Liu family was filled with anger and started a secret investigation. Until Shuai's company launched an action to denounce the Wang family. After many investigations, the Liu family finally targeted the Wang family for revenge. After confirming that they were enemies, the Liu family immediately took action and targeted them from all sides. A group of students who graduated from the second high school rushed to Shangjing to seek revenge for Yuanyue. As the Wang family did not dare to kill them, they only captured them and sent them to the law office. The Liu family immediately took action and came forward to take all of them out. After treating them, they let them go. Liu Yingfeng once said very frankly that this was not to buy people's hearts to strengthen their foundation, but for Principal He students should not be killed unjustly. Everyone was voluntarily treated and settled down. They did not ask for any requests. Their only request was, could they write down their past contact with Principal He? There were more than 90 men in the Liu family. Except for the 40 at the Sun Moon Pass and the 20 that had already passed away, there were still 30 men at home. From all directions, online and offline, business competition, assassination, face-to-face battle, directly destroying the scene. They used all kinds of methods and unscrupulous methods to carry out crazy revenge on the Wang family. Revenge for my little sister. This was the voice of the Liu family. My little sister is dead. Qin Fangyang is also dead. My little sister's secret, the secret that made us feel sad and guilty for decades, we finally don't have to keep it a secret anymore. The Liu family only felt a breath that had been suppressed for decades suddenly released. That was an extreme emotion mixed with infinite hatred in the heart. There must be a target to vent it on. The Wang family. If this anger could not burn the Wang family to the ground, then it would burn the Liu family to the ground. Sui Xiaoyan and Sui Xiaoduo watched quietly. Both of them felt that their hearts were beating fast. It was a kind of indescribable warm excitement. Sui Xiaoyan said softly, the old principal has students all over the world, and the Phoenix Pulse Soul Empress. With the emergence of geniuses like you, the old principal's reputation has been rising in the whole continent. But the Liu family has never made any sound before. Sui Xiaoduo nodded slowly. He understood Sui Xiaoyan's meaning immediately. The Liu family did not intend to use Yuanyue's reputation to gain any benefits. They just silently gave, silently protected, silently took care of, and silently watched from afar. Finally, today, they began their earth-shattering revenge. This was enough to prove their integrity and their original intentions. The Liu family. What is this family like? Is there corruption? Are they using their power for personal gain? Let's not talk about those first. At least for now, they have done this with a clear conscience. Xiao Duo said in a rare deep voice. In particular, we can't deny that the Lu family has done us and the entire Phoenix City a favor. Xiao Xiaonian was quiet, the corner of her mouth holding a smile. You mean to be honest? It won't be right if we don't join in the fun tonight. Xiao Duo laughed. I still like to watch the fun. You also like to join in the fun. The ranger narrowed his eyes and smiled. Swa and I have the same temper. I also like to watch the fun, and I like to join in the fun even more. Chapter 11:20. Then what are we waiting for? What time is the appointment? It's 1:00 in the middle of the night. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. There's still plenty of time. Sigh, let's go first. We're the ones who arrived first. Whatever happens later, those who arrive first will naturally have a share. Okay. The three of them stood up immediately. On the side, the Yu family's guards were dumbfounded again. What kind of godly operation was this? Those who arrive first will naturally have a share. That made sense. Weren't they just helping the Lu family to step on the Wang family? How could they say that? Why did they want to go and watch the show? Was this kind of show something that could be watched casually? Not to mention others, how could Swa just watch the show? This guy's murderous aura was so thick that his face could not be seen clearly. When he went, he would definitely make a move. Once he made a move, it would be a killing move. Look at your bootlicker face. Needless to say, as long as you go, we will definitely make a move together with Swa. The point was not that you make a move, but if you make a move, would we be able to stay idle? We have to make a move together with you. And the result of this move would not be a battle between the Lu family and the Wang family. The Yu family was originally here to watch the show. Their position was neutral. But with your interference, it was tantamount to playing the role of the protagonist. What the hell? Young master, this is a dangerous place. Ahem, I hope you will reconsider. The guard leader reminded him in a very reserved manner. It's okay, it's okay. With me, Swa, and sister-in-law here, nothing will happen to me. I'm very safe. Cough cough. This is a matter of great importance to both families. It's easy to stir up a lot of trouble and follow up. It's okay. Is our Yu family afraid of trouble? What kind of trouble can't our Yu family handle? But what's there to but about? If you're afraid, go back first. I'll go with Swa. Swa's sister-in-law will naturally protect me. The guard was completely speechless. Is this what you're talking about? Go back. Who are you? Who are we? You, the young master, rushed to the front line. As guards, we have to go back. Was this even a problem? We have to go. The guard leader said helplessly, protecting you is our duty. Look. You also said that I have to go, so how can I not go? Little hero, you said, I have to go with you. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you to go alone. The guard leader's face was so dark that it couldn't get any darker. He didn't feel well at all. Is that how you interpret it? How did it become my responsibility when your upper and lower lips touched? Young master, I'm not. Understood. Let's go now. The earlier we get there, the better place to watch the show. The little fatty stood up without hesitation. Xiaoduo's group brought along the 4 guards and left the Sky Palace as if they were flying. Before he left, little fatty reminded him, don't stop the fireworks. Keep them going until dawn. The boss of Heaven Palace agreed readily. This was a small matter. The Dingjun platform on the other side was a huge square. In the past, this place was used for the ceremony of swearing an army to go to war. That was why it was called the Dingjun platform. It was also the military's territory. However, with the increasing modernization, there were fewer and fewer occasions that required everyone to come for swearing an army. There was no need for such a big place for training. Not only had part of the place been greened, some rockery decorations had also been piled up. Gradually, it became a place for sightseeing. Especially for some of the rich second-generation's racing battles, they would prioritize this place. The place was big and spacious. Sua Xiaoduo and the other four arrived quickly. It was not even 11:30 yet. It was still far from the appointed time of the Liu and Wang families. Over there, over there. Little Fatty saw the tallest rockery and ran over excitedly with a few people. This place had a high vantage point. It was the best place to watch the show. No, it was the best place to watch the battle. In the end, they went over to take a look. Fuck. Little hero, you said angrily, what does it have to do with your family? Why are you here so early to occupy this place? Who are you trying to ambush? It turned out that this place had already been taken by someone else. When the young man who had taken the lead saw Little Hero Yu's arrival, his face instantly twisted. He obviously knew Little Hero Yu. When the other party saw Little Hero Yu, he did not dare to delay. He stood up and said, Young Master Yu, what are you doing here? I'm here to watch the show. I think this place is pretty good. It's just that there are a lot of people. Can you guys change to another place? Little Fatty said matter-of-factly. Cough cough. All right. The person did not hesitate at all. He quickly led his people away. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free, Little Hero Yu shouted. Which family are they from? Sua Xiaoduo asked. They're from the Wu family. Little Fatty said, they must be here to watch the show. This show will definitely be exciting. We're not the only ones who want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. Were all the aristocratic families in Shangjing so free? A battle to the death between two families, and there were actually so many people watching. Because after the Wu family left, they did not leave the place. Instead, they retreated to a few trees. There is no need to say anything more. This duel will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Wang Wu, let's fight. At this moment, there was only blood in his eyes. He looked up at Wang Wu and said indifferently, your Wang clan is crazy. You dug up my sister's grave. Today is just the beginning of this debt. Let's settle it bit by bit. Today, either you die, or I die. The Wang clan's fifth master narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, since you are so close to your sister, then I will be merciful today and send you to meet your sister. I will let you and your sister reunite in the netherworld. You won't be lonely in the netherworld. Send you to meet your sister. These words caused Lu Xingyun's eyes to suddenly become filled with rage and grief. Clang! A long saber was unsheathed. He gritted his teeth and said, come on. Why, just the two of us? The Wang clan's fifth master mocked, do you know the rules? Liu Xingyun laughed loudly, who will take the first victory? Behind him, an old man in his 50s stepped out slowly, fourth master, I will take the first round. On the opposite side, a thin middle-aged man in his 40s revealed a cold smile on his face. He also took a step forward, fifth master, I will take the first round. Wang Lu gave the same cold smile and waved his hand to stop him, saying, Liu Xingyun, today, you only brought 10 people. Liu Xingyun said sarcastically, Wang Benren, could it be that your Wang clan only brought 20 people? Wang Benren chuckled and said, that's all I have to say. Let's begin. Before he finished speaking, the two people who had already appeared rushed up like a whirlwind. Then, they tangled together in a desperate posture. The moment these two people made their move, it was an extreme tactic of fighting speed with their lives on the line. This kind of fighting method was rare even in this kind of place with the title of decisive battle. It was because everyone was old acquaintances. Although Shangjing was big, there were only so many super clans and people in these super clans. In the past, even if they didn't agree with each other and fought, they would often hold back. Even if they really saw blood, they would stop at the last moment and not go too far. It was precisely because of this that they were very familiar with each other's routines. At this moment, the life and death battle was exceptionally fierce. The two people jumped up and down, stirring up the wind and whistling. In the dark night sky, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and thousands of ghosts had come out. Behind Wang Benren, a middle-aged man came out with a sword and sneered, opposite Liu clan, come out and die. With a long whistle, a man in black rushed out from behind Liu Xingyun without saying a word and attacked. Another pair. Then, the remaining people of the two clans began to fight each other. New and old grudges were all settled today. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. After a while, only Liu Xingyun and Wang Benren were left in the field who hadn't made a move. The 18 of them shouted loudly as they fought fiercely against each other. Both sides understood their positions and had already decided to fight to the death. Even if there were people around watching the battle, both sides didn't care. They only had eyes for each other and the decisive battle. The hero frowned and said, Zhua, what do you think? Zhua Xiaoduo frowned at this moment. There was no other reason. It was because in Zhua Xiaoduo's view, the Liu clan now had the overall upper hand, and it was in every pair. But this result, at least logically, should never have happened. The two sides agreed to fight. The Liu clan took the initiative, and the Wang clan accepted the challenge. Both sides' positions were clear and difficult to reconcile. This battle was a fight to the death. Since the Wang clan accepted the challenge, they had a similar understanding of each other's strength. They had considered the combat forces sent out. How could such a one-sided situation occur? Especially when the battle was one-sided, the leader of the Wang clan, Lord Wang Wu, was still smiling. Calm and unhurried. This was outrageous, absolutely unreasonable. Wang Benren said indifferently, LV Xingyun, you've really come prepared today. You've actually given each of us a precious treasure like the immortal ascension pill. You're really generous. LV Xingyun said lightly, to deal with your Wang clan, I don't need to ruin the future of my 9 brothers. He slowly pulled out his sword, and blood appeared in his eyes. He said, Wang Benren, now only you and I are free. Did you come here just to say some meaningless words? Or are you counting on your eloquence to compete with me? Wang Benren laughed and slowly pulled out his long sword. The long sword and the scabbard violently rubbed against the scabbard and immediately made a sound like a dragon's roar, shaking the night sky. The sound spread far and wide. He smiled sinisterly. LV Xingyun, since you can't wait to meet your sister Huang Quan, how can I not fulfill your wish? He suddenly waved his hand and shouted, LV Xingyun, today we'll settle the old and new grudges. From his tone, it seemed that he was going to rush up and fight. LV Xingyun roared and leaped into the air, about to use the LV clan's secret sword. The LV clan had always been famous for their secret sword techniques, but this 4th master LV used a sword. He used the sword as a sword and used the sword as a sword. Just as the two sides were about to engage in battle, the curtains to the final battle were about to be drawn. However, at this moment, 10 figures flashed across the sky like lightning, and a loud laughter suddenly rang out. "Lord Wang-Wu, please give this battle to our Zhong clan." As he spoke, a long sword flashed and was already at LV Xingyun's neck. LV Xingyun waved his sword to block and smiled coldly as if he was not surprised. "Zhong Qinghuan, your Zhong clan has come in after all." Zhong Qinghuan pressed his sword and said with a sinister smile, "You sent letters of challenge to both our clans at the same time. LV Xingyun, you're quite bold." LV Xingyun said angrily, "What is your Zhong clan? Is it worth our LV clan to send a letter of challenge?" Zhong Qinghuan said, "LV Xingyun, you sent a letter of challenge and saw that the situation was critical, but you refused to admit it. You're so shameless." As he spoke, he and Wang Benren attacked at the same time. The tide-like attacks pressed LV Xingyun until he couldn't breathe. A loud laugh sounded. "Wang Benren, you sent a letter of challenge to my Wu clan first, but you sent a letter of challenge to the LV clan later. Who dares to challenge you?" The 6 people from the Wu clan who had offended the wandering hero jumped out together and joined the battle without any explanation. The situation of the battle changed again. "Wu Yunhao. The one who sent you a letter of challenge is me, Yin Jipeng. Don't find the wrong opponent." In the shadows, another clan's people rushed out. Almost at the same time, people began to emerge from the tree like dumplings. "Yin Jipeng, you dare to challenge my Lu clan. Watch out for my sword. LV Xingyun, you dare to challenge my Huangfu clan, but you sneaked here." The battlefield, which was originally only 20 people, suddenly expanded to more than 300 people in the blink of an eye. All the participants were fighting in pairs, fighting to the death. Everyone's eyes were red, but their mouths were constantly shouting words that even they themselves didn't believe. "You sent me a letter of challenge, I'm coming. Since it's a duel, why do you have to invite others? You're too shameless. LV Xingyun, how many clans did you invite? Didn't you only invite me? Meishan clan didn't do anything to you. Why do you want a duel? Since you want a duel, don't be a coward. Come and fight. It's useless to say more. Let's see who's the real deal. Since it's a duel, it's also a duel of life and death." Not only Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian, but the wandering hero was also stunned by this scene. "No wonder my dad always says that I look mischievous, but when it comes to the thickness of my skin, I'm far from qualified. It turns out that it's true. I'm indeed thin-skinned," the little fatty muttered to himself with his eyes wide open. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian felt that their horizons had been broadened today. So this was how the big clans of Shangjing fought. There was no need for any reason or evidence. If they wanted to join the battle, they just had to shout, "Why did you offend me?" Then they could go up. As for the reason, right or wrong. What were those? I've lived long enough to see that justice is in the heart, and right or wrong is determined by strength. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian's hearts were tumbling. The big clans of Shangjing were indeed old clans. They had truly carried out the word strength is king to the extreme, vividly and incisively. Tonight's battle seemed to be a chaotic one, and it had already become a farce. However, it was still a decisive battle that could kill people. Every clan had prepared something like a letter of challenge early on as evidence. After tomorrow's battle, even if the Imperial Security Bureau came looking for trouble, they could use it face to face. It was someone else who challenged them to a duel. How could they be afraid of a battle? Even if they didn't want to fight, they couldn't lower their clan's reputation. Since it was for the sake of their clan's reputation, the clan would naturally use their strength to smooth things over. As for who was right, who was wrong, and who was wronged. Was that important? The little fatty held a jade pendant in his hand. It was a protective jade pendant given to him by his clan. Once his life was in danger, his ancestor's spiritual will would instantly transform into an incarnation to take action. The little fatty chose a rock and covered himself tightly. Suddenly, he roared, "Ouch! Fuck! Someone actually plotted against me. Wang Benren, you're courting death." As he spoke, he ordered, "Come, quickly take revenge for me. Destroy all these people from the Wang clan." The hidden weapon just now was released by someone from the Wang clan. Otherwise, it would be the Huangfu clan, the Shin clan, the Yin clan, the Zhou clan, or the Zhong clan. In short, these few clans are the biggest suspects. Sneak attacking the future head of the Yu clan means that they are enemies with the Yu clan. We can't let them off easily. Quickly take action and take revenge for me. They actually dared to hit me, they really have guts. They didn't even stop her for a moment. But a graceful figure passed between the two, and with a crisp crash, the two ice sculptures turned into pink ice chips on the ground. They died without an intact body, and not even bones were left. The two souls that had just perished floated out. While the two souls were still in a daze and couldn't believe that they had already perished, two streaks of light, one white and one black, flashed past like dragons. The two souls completely disappeared without a trace. Obviously, dying without an intact body and bones was not the end. There was also the destruction of the soul, beyond redemption. The tip of the spirit-snatching sword flashed with cold light, staring at Wang Benren. If Sui Xiaoyan wanted to kill him immediately, Wang Benren would have died long ago. However, Sui Xiaoyan wanted to use Wang Benren to find the Wang family and kill the people who were helping the Wang family. After all, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, they were all dressed in black. Perhaps they had their own way of distinguishing, but Sui Xiaoyan didn't know the details. She was afraid that she would kill the wrong person, so she only chased after Wang Benren. And the people who were helping Wang Benren were definitely enemies. Otherwise, with Wang Benren's strength and cultivation, how could he resist Sui Xiaoyan's sword attack? In a flash, two more mystical cultivators of the Wang family barely avoided their opponents and came to help with injuries. Sui Xiaoyan chased after them, and the frost sword chi burned again, freezing the two people who came to help into ice sculptures again. The two of them were only at the mystical realm, and they were also injured, so their combat strength was inevitably reduced. Even if they had the heart to risk their lives, how could they resist Sui Xiaoyan's frost chi? Sui Xiaoyan didn't even bother to summon them. Instead, he simply added a layer of frost to the original foundation. Immediately, the two of them followed in the footsteps of the previous two and turned into ice dust that filled the sky. The cold wave continued to surge, and the frost sword continued to chase after them. On the other side, Sui Xiaoyan's killing intent was even stronger. With a flick of her finger, she beheaded the dozen people who were injured by the hexagram of the starry sky indestructible stone. Sui Xiaoyan's experience in controlling the situation of a battle was far above Sui Xiaoyan's. Sui Xiaoyan was afraid of accidentally injuring her own people, so she came up with a strategy of encircling Wang Benren and attacking the reinforcements. It seemed like she was targeting Wang Benren, but in reality, she wanted to use Wang Benren to eliminate all the reinforcements. Sui Xiaoduo, on the other hand, planned before making a move. He had already targeted many of the enemies who didn't belong to his side, and killed them with a single strike. He acted really quickly, and his body flashed past like a ghost. Beheading, removing the rings, snatching the weapons, a series of actions were done in one breath, without any hesitation. That ever since the Yu family, Sui Xiaoduo, and Sui Xiaoyan joined the battle, the situation of the battle changed drastically. The originally chaotic battle turned into an overwhelming advantage for their side. The Wang family, Shen family, Huangfu family, Zhong family, Yin family, and Zhou family were defeated like a landslide, and were in imminent danger. On the other hand, although the Yu family, Wu family, Lu family, and Lu family had fewer people, their morale was high, and they were fighting fiercely, suppressing their enemies. With the addition of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, they quickly reduced the other side's fighting strength. Their side, which originally had fewer people, suddenly became a force of numbers. Moreover, it was becoming more and more like they were bullying the weak with numbers, bullying the weak with numbers. For example, the two who had rushed to Wang Binren's aid but were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. They did not come to Wang Binren's aid after defeating their respective opponents. They had only forced their original opponents to retreat, and had paid a considerable price for it. However, not only were their opponents not defeated and not dead, their combat power was basically intact. Naturally, they turned to help their own people. That was to say, the original 2-on-2 immediately turned into a 4-on-2 or even a 2-on-1. Naturally, they had a great advantage and a great advantage. The momentum of victory and defeat was immediately locked in. This situation would only become more and more intense. It wasn't completely one-sided yet, but all of this happened too quickly. Of course, there was also the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian joined the battle, there was a real factor of death and injury in the battle. When the big families fought, although they had no choice but to help out of consideration for their feelings, they still prioritized not killing people if possible. After all, the protagonists of this battle were the Lu family and the Wang family. The main casualties should be from these two families. Before the outcome of the battle between the two clans was clear, the other clans didn't dare to seriously involve themselves in the battle. They just needed to make their stance clear. The people they sent were basically at the same level as the two clans in the final battle. After all, only the Wang family and the Lu family were fighting to the death. If they really couldn't win, the other families could also step back to protect themselves. This was also the reason why the 4 guards of the Yu family, although their strength was superior, they only injured and didn't kill. One could see this tacit unspoken rule. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian didn't care about this. They couldn't wait to make things worse. The more people from the opposing forces died, the better. How could they show mercy? Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the one who beat the drowning dogs the moment they came up. 200 to 300 people had been fighting for a long time, but there wasn't a single casualty. In less than 5 seconds, these two fellows had already killed 20 to 30 people as if they were vegetables. They were either frozen into dregs or had their heads rolling on the ground. The situation was extremely tragic and bloody. In the chaos, even the leader of the Zhong family, Zhong Qinghuan, was frozen by Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw an opportunity and stabbed his sword into his heart while he was still staggering. A ball of fire exploded. Zhong Qinghuan enjoyed a very short time of ice and fire. His internal organs were burned into charcoal, and his head was kicked into the air by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It didn't fall back down for a long time. Revenge for the 3rd young master. The Zhong family members rushed over crazily, but Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care about them. His sword flashed and he shouted, "Watch out for my meteor sword." With a flick of his wrist, another 7 starry sky indestructible stones flew out, knocking down the 5 attackers as soon as they made contact. Then, he continued on his way, ignoring all obstacles along the way. Caw 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 caw. 5 heads rolled on the ground, and all their weapons and rings were gone. 2 flashes of black and white light flashed, and even their souls were gone. After 2 more slashes, the remaining 2 people were dead. At this point, the Zhong family members who claimed to be here for the battle were all dead. They became the first family to be completely wiped out in this battle. At this moment, everyone, including the Lu family members, didn't expect this young man who suddenly rushed out to be so cruel. He killed people as if they were chickens, and he showed no mercy at all. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, the two groups of people couldn't help but be shocked. With a swoosh, they naturally split into two sides. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan had already forced Wang Benren to a dead end. All the masters of the Wang family who came to stop him had been killed, turned into ice chips, and disappeared into the dust. However, they were a little better than the Zhong family in that Wang Benren was still alive under Zhuo Xiaoyan's tactic of deliberately going easy on the enemy and attacking reinforcements. He was barely holding on and running towards them with all his might. Under the extreme cold, Wang Benren's face was covered with a layer of frost. This low-level Skysoar realm expert was always calm no matter the situation. However, at this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. The strength he was proud of was not worth mentioning in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan. All the people who came to stop Zhuo Xiaoyan were dead, and the others didn't dare to come over. A murderous intent flashed in Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes as she pointed her sword at Wang Benren's heart. Meteor flash. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Chapter 1123. Clang. A sword suddenly blocked the spirit-snatching sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate body shook and she almost lost her balance. Two figures appeared out of thin air. One of them stood in front of Wang Benren. With a raise of his hand, a five-colored light suddenly flashed. It was like a magnificent mountain that suddenly blocked in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan and completely blocked Wang Benren behind her. A majestic aura that was as vast as the sky suddenly appeared. Zhuo Xiaoyan was so shocked at this moment that he almost couldn't move. Fortunately, she could barely move, but it wasn't that she couldn't move. Zhuo Xiao channeled her telekinesis into the spirit-snatching sword. With a roar, the spirit-snatching sword emitted a cold moonlight and a small person suddenly appeared. Ice Spirit. The temperature in the surroundings, which was extremely low, dropped sharply again. A bright moon condensed behind Zhuo Xiaoyan. In this bright moon, there was a clear figure holding a sword in one hand. It was exactly the same as Zhuo Xiaoyan's posture. From the bright moon, the sword light flashed. This was one of the moves that Zhuo Xiaoyan inherited from the Moon Lord. It was also the only move that she had truly comprehended and could use with ease. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and the shadow becomes three people. Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword was as cold as a fairy's. Ice Spirit Sword, Frozen Snow Sky. In the moonlight, a figure suddenly appeared. It was as graceful as a swan and isolated from the world. Three different sword intents showed a strong power that complemented each other and led to the same goal. The unprecedentedly strong extreme cold air exploded like a bomb. The person opposite her who showed a mountain-like momentum shouted coldly, "Good swordsmanship." Whether it was the technique, intent, or path, every aspect of this stunning sword was beyond the scope of the opponent's imagination. It was supposed to be unstoppable. Fortunately, the cultivation of the person who made this move was far from enough to match such a transcendent magical sword. This gave the person opposite her a chance to resist and even counterattack. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly saw the colorful light flashing in front of her. It seemed that there were 5 different kinds of weapons at the same time. Each of them showed a myriad of moves and forcefully fought against her 3 swords. At the same time, a hand suddenly reached out from the chaotic sword light and grabbed Zhuo Xiaoyan in the air, intending to capture her in one move. At the same time, a person on Zhuo Xiaoyan's side also fell from the sky and hit the cat spirit sword with an extremely heavy stick. Damn, Even with Zhuo Xiaoyan's great strength, his wrist felt sore. At the same time, he felt a huge shadow looming over him. In just a moment, he seemed to have nowhere to run. It was clear that the other party's cultivation was too high, and he was using his true essence to forcefully seal his movements. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp of sticky glue, to the point where he couldn't move at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind turned and he shouted, "Son." Before he finished his words, he suddenly turned around. Dazzling flames burst out all over his body. Zhu Rong, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly burst out his genuine fire to the limit. Immediately, he broke through the opponent's momentum and rushed in the direction of Zhuo Xiaoyan. Although they had only met for a short time, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly came to the conclusion that the opponent was too strong. He couldn't fight against such a strong opponent. He had to meet up with Sister Xiaoyan as soon as possible and be ready to escape. If necessary, he had to escape into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. The person who was targeting Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that the fish in the net had escaped. Just as he was about to give chase, he felt an unprecedented murderous aura, as if it came from ancient times. The tip of Zhuo Xiaoduo's sword vaguely emitted the murderous aura of a ferocious beast that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. It was aimed at him. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength was nothing to be afraid of, the murderous aura was too sharp. It was the kind of extreme sharpness that was invincible throughout the ages and could slaughter living beings like weeds. Under the threat of such murderous aura, the Wang family expert didn't dare to act rashly even though he felt that his cultivation was much higher than his opponent's. Seeing this, Wu Yunhao of the Wu family roared, "Shameless! Shameless to the extreme! Wang family, have you forgotten the rule that Dao integration stage cultivators are not allowed to fight in the capital?" The two people on the other side turned a deaf ear to him. Following a muffled boom, Zhuo Xiaoyan staggered back with a pale face. Her body floated up quietly and rushed towards Zhuo Xiaoduo like a bolt of lightning. Clearly, she had the same idea as Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, the sun and the moon converged in the sky, creating a marvelous scene of the sun and the moon shining in the sky. As the two people converged and touched each other's palms, the power of yin and yang suddenly converged and instantly neutralized the power that their opponent had to endure. The two of them stood side by side in the sky, holding hands. The spirit plunder sword emitted a chilling brilliance. Ice spirit stood gracefully on the spirit plunder sword. An extremely cold aura rapidly condensed and was ready to be launched at any time. A speck of black aura appeared on the spirit cat sword. It was filled with murderous aura. It was the god-slaying spear, Yen Shirsi. Seeing that there was finally a battle, he couldn't wait to show off. Following Ice Spirit's example, he automatically entered the spirit cat sword. Although he was extremely weak right now, Yen Shirsi still displayed an insufferably arrogant confidence in dealing with these fellows. When I was at my peak, I could stare these small fries to death. But now, humph, a real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. We can talk about the future. Opposite them, the two black-robed people stood side by side with their hands clasped behind their backs. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan in the sky, a hint of admiration flashed across their eyes. One of them said indifferently, "They are indeed peerless geniuses. They live up to their reputation. One yin and one yang, one man and one woman, one heaven and one earth, one day and one month. What a pity, what a pity." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had only exchanged one blow with the newcomers, but they knew that they were no match for these two people. Originally, they had thought about it over and over again. After 9 months of cultivation, their strength had improved again. Even if the other party sent out a Dao integration expert, the two of them would be able to put up a fight if they joined forces. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated the power of a Dao integration expert. Just the aura of the other party, which belonged to a Dao integration expert, was enough to overwhelm them. They almost couldn't bring up the desire to fight, let alone put up a fight. If it weren't for the 9 heaven spirit spring water and the honey of laurel to temper their divine senses, the purity of their divine senses far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, they would have been captured and killed. A Dao integration expert could actually merge 10,000 Daos and borrow the power of heaven and earth to merge their aura into heaven and earth. Sua Xiaoduo and Yan Shixi had never encountered a battle like the one just now. They didn't even think about it. The difference between Dao integration and heaven ascension was not the difference in strength, but the difference in cultivation level. Sua Xiaoduo had never understood the word Dao integration so well. The 2 black-robed men looked at Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian with indifference on their faces. They had absolute confidence that as long as they attacked, these 2 brats wouldn't be able to escape even if they still had some trump cards up their sleeves. It was inevitable that they would be captured. The other person who had targeted Sua Xiaonian earlier said expressionlessly, "It's indeed a pity that such prodigies." At this moment, an even more indifferent and hoarse voice, which concealed a monstrous fury, drifted over. "What's a pity?" This voice contained a vague feeling that it was as if an atomic bomb had been launched and was rumbling to life, preparing to explode in a predetermined area. Everyone present, including the 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, felt their hearts begin to thump uncontrollably. This voice seemed to be mixed with a strange rhythm, and it also seemed like a large hand had firmly grasped their hearts. It was slowly kneading their hearts into the palm of the hand. Pinch, pinch. Everyone turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw a gray-robed elder shrouded in a black aura slowly descending. This person was surrounded by a black aura, and it was as if countless ferocious ghosts were charging left and right within the black aura, whistling back and forth. His eyes were like will-o'-the-wisps as they landed on the 2 Dao integration experts of the Wang family. They flickered incessantly, and a cruel smile flashed across his face. "Keek. What's a pity?" Sua Xiaoduo immediately cried out in surprise, "Grandpa! Someone is bullying me." Although he had been scared half to death by this old man before, things were different now. This call of Grandpa was especially pleasantly surprised, especially smooth, and also especially intimate. And this crisp call of Grandpa made the gray-robed elder so happy that he almost danced with joy. He was just a hair away from breaking the eerie atmosphere that he had created. He immediately became spirited. "Good boy, with Grandpa here, no one can bully you. Grandpa will help you vent your anger. Grandpa is mighty. If Grandpa didn't come, the 2 of us would have been taken away. It's said that his family wants to use our blood as a sacrifice to the heavens." Sua Xiaoduo complained fiercely while sweet-talking. "Sacrifice to the heavens." Lei Changtian was fuming with anger. He glared fiercely at the gray-robed elder, as if he wanted to eat him in one bite. "How dare they?" Sua Xiaonian was shocked. She turned to Sua Xiaoduo and asked, "This is Grandpa?" "Yes, he's Grandpa. My biological grandpa." "Is it really Grandpa? Mom's father?" Sua Xiaonian felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. "Our mom said it herself. How can it be fake?" Sua Xiaoduo confirmed. "He's really our biological grandpa." Sua Xiaonian didn't say anything. She looked at Lei Changtian's back with her bright eyes. She was a little surprised that his hair had become neat and tidy. When it fell down, it was still messy. But now, how did it suddenly become so stylish? Behind him, Lei Zhangtian's heart melted at the constant calls of "Grandpa, dear Grandpa, dear Grandpa, dear Grandpa," as well as the questions and answers from his grandson and granddaughter. Although it was a question, wasn't Xiao Duo affirming it over and over again? He. He, good boys, don't move. Let Grandpa teach these two shrimps a lesson. Lei Changtian said in a way that he thought was extremely benevolent. Shrimps? Every single person present was dumbfounded. They were facing two Dao integration stage experts. How could he say shrimps? What would be considered a big fish in his eyes? Would he only be considered a dish when two heavenly kings appeared? Chapter 11:24. The others did not face Lei Changtian directly, so it was still all right. However, the two Dao integration experts who bore the brunt of his attack felt a sense of danger from the bottom of their hearts. It was a feeling of immense and fatal danger. Every time they encountered an undefeatable opponent, this feeling would spontaneously grow. It was real and not fake. Speaking of this intuition, most probably everyone had it, but not everyone wished to encounter such a situation. It was an indescribable and bone-chilling sense of retreat. Fiendish cultivator. You're a fiendish cultivator. One of the Dao integration experts narrowed his eyes and looked at Lei Changtian even more cautiously. He stared at the black qi rising from the other party's body, then at the old man's somewhat weathered but unruly and ferocious appearance that he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, as he had not been on the battlefield for thousands of years, his memory was already somewhat blurry. Moreover, he had never seen the demon ancestor before. He had only seen the demon ancestor fight in the sky from afar. Lei Changtian's current, benevolent, appearance was deliberately faked. It was completely different from the demon ancestor's battle form. The difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. However, no matter what, it was imperative to pin a big label on the other party first. So, you're a fiendish cultivator. The Dao integration experts said indifferently, you're just a fiendish cultivator. No matter how powerful you are, how dare you come to our Shangjing city and be so arrogant and despotic? Do you want to die? Lei Changtian laughed strangely. At this moment, he really felt very amused. It seemed that no one had dared to pin a label on him like this for more than 10,000 years. This brat from the Wang family was really bold. Even if Sui Changchang and Yu Xingchen were here, they would definitely not dare to say that he was a fiendish cultivator. You're quite bold, aren't you? However, he did not know whether he wanted to incite the crowd's hatred or pin him down with these words. So what if I'm a fiendish cultivator? The demon ancestor still had a benevolent smile on his face. You're a brat from the Wang family. Why haven't I seen you before? The Dao integration stage expert narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I've been fighting at the border for thousands of years. Even though a demonic cultivator like you has a high cultivation base, you don't know the iron-blooded pride of the men of martial flame. Regardless of whether he went to battle or not, whether he was a man or not, at the very least, he had to give himself the image of a righteous hero. If you dare to make a move on me, you will be making an enemy out of the Yanwu Empire and the Astral Soul's human race. Lei Changtian tilted his head. Thousands of years of fierce battles at the border. Why haven't I seen you before? Did you dream of going to the border? Iron-blooded pride. Are you even worthy of mentioning this word? At the end of his speech, Lei Changtian's expression darkened visibly. How could a person who didn't even fight at the border be so brazen and shameless to say something like that? If there was no one familiar with the border, wouldn't such a shameless person become a hero? How could a true hero, a true iron-blooded man endure such humiliation? The demon ancestor was infuriated, and the black aura around him became more and more pervasive. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire area. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were at the end of the world, and their futures were all gone. Little Fatty ran out with a terrified expression and quietly hid behind the Yu family guards. The 4 Yu family guards' faces were pale, but they still surrounded the little fatty to protect him, their eyes filled with extreme fear and worship. "What's going on?" little fatty asked. "Young master. Please don't speak." One of the Yu family guard's lips turned blue. He trembled as he transmitted his voice. "Young master, you're really powerful." The Yu family guard hurriedly transmitted his voice. "What's going on? What's going on? Your decision to help Sua Xiaoduo is really too correct." The guard felt his blood rush to his head, and he stuttered, This is the demon ancestor. Tada. G.A. Little fatty was stunned when he heard that. In an instant, he understood everything that was happening. His eyes widened, and his eyes rolled back. His legs kicked, and he fell backward. His entire body was knocked out that he was really knocked out. As the saying goes, a person's life is the shadow of a tree. The demon ancestor's reputation was almost equivalent to the non-poisonous sorcerer of the Umno Alliance. Even if he was slightly less threatening than the non-poisonous sorcerer, to the martial artists of the 3 continents, he was still at the level of a nuclear bomb in the hearts of ordinary people. Although this old man had been fighting for the continent all his life, he had always been known for being temperamental, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He would directly kill someone he didn't like. Basically, no one in the continent would do such a thing, but the demon ancestor would. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been given the nickname Demon Ancestor. It was not rare for this demon ancestor to kill a few scum of the human race. It could even be described with 4 words, he was familiar with it, that the Yu family had always been recognized as the #1 family in Shangjing. The Heavenly King of the Right would let the family carry out the education of the strong whenever he was free. You don't have to form a relationship with them, but you can't offend them casually. With the identity of the Heavenly King of the Right, there were only a few people that he needed to recognize as someone he couldn't casually offend. At most, it was the group of peak people in the Astral Souls continent. What was even more coincidental was that he was one of the few people who could obtain the images of the strong. The portrait of the demon ancestor was impressively ranked first on the list of people that he absolutely couldn't offend. Not only could he not offend him, he couldn't provoke him. If he offended the minister or even the minister's wife, the Heavenly King of the Right could go and act coquettishly. Cough cough, well, at most, he would pay a little price. There would always be a way out. But if he offended the demon ancestor, even his own father, the Emperor Zhaixing, couldn't persuade him. He would definitely die. Of course, it wasn't that no one could persuade the demon ancestor. For example, the minister could intercede, but the minister would never go. Don't look at how the demon ancestor was afraid of the minister. Every time he saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, or a naughty child seeing a strict father. But every time the minister saw the demon ancestor, the minister's heart was actually very fucked up. If he could not meet the demon ancestor, he would. With such a vicious cycle, over time, the demon ancestor became the #1 existence in the entire astral souls that couldn't be provoked. As the guards of the young clan head, they were only allowed to participate in this kind of training when they were really sent to the little fatty's side. He took out the treasured portraits and let them identify them one by one. The little kid doesn't know any better. If he offends these people, you must be the first to stop him and apologize. Now, at this moment, they had just been trained for a short while, and they had already met a living one. And the distance between them was less than 20 to 30 feet. The most important thing was that everyone was on the same side. They were in the same group. Oh, I really didn't expect our young clan head to be such a big lucky star. Well, although the 4 guards felt that they were in the same group as the demon ancestor, they still couldn't help but be frightened. It was so scary. Oh my God. Xiaoduo's grandfather was actually the demon ancestor. But, after so many years, they seem to have never heard of the demon ancestor having a daughter. Could it be that this old man had become an old tree in recent decades? No, that would be too disrespectful. It should be that the old clam gave birth to pearls. No, it should be that this old man had a wild youth. A pear blossom suppressing a begonia. So, he had a daughter. His daughter was married and had a grandson. And a granddaughter. That was probably the only explanation. Otherwise, there was no way to explain Xiaoduo's age. Or perhaps this old man recognized her as his adopted daughter. That wasn't impossible. But what about her biological grandfather? What about her biological grandfather? Over here, the demon ancestor was already arguing with the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang clan. The four guards of the Yu clan looked at the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang clan with pity in their eyes. Sigh, your Wang clan is so unlucky. So unlucky. I really pity you. Your luck is really. Sigh, I've never gloated so much in my life that I really want to laugh. Hold it in. Fearing that they would be discovered, they hurriedly turned their heads away. They then looked around and saw the dumbfounded and confused expressions on the faces of the members of the 10 super clans. The sense of relief and superiority hidden in their hearts instantly surged forth. It's great to be in the Yu clan. It's great to have people on the top floor. Let's open our eyes and look at the dumbfounded expressions on these guys' faces. Do you know what kind of big shot you've encountered? He. Look at all of your stupid cunts. You have no idea what you've encountered and what you're about to encounter. This is awesome. Long live the young master. The young master's actions were really in the bag. However, he actually fainted from fright. Looking at the fainted Yu clan super mighty figures, the guard sighed with emotion. What did it mean by fortune favors fools? This was it. Your cultivation base is quite high. May I know your name? The Dao integration stage super mighty figure of the Wang clan felt that he was suffocating more and more. In order to dispel this extreme sense of oppression, he spoke again and again. The shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Could it be that this old man is able to form such a powerful aura? Could it be that he's a chaotic prime? Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful sense of oppression? Are you the one who asked about my name? The demon ancestor's eyes narrowed. Sigh. Let me say this first. Everyone here, don't move. In the distance, a few members of the Shen clan saw that things were not going well and wanted to quietly escape from this troublesome place. However, with a wave of the demon ancestor's hand, the 7 people who had just made a move were already grabbed by him and placed on the ground in front of him. However, Lei Changtian said angrily, how can they be so weak? I just grabbed them lightly and they were crushed. Without exception, the 7 people on the ground were all turned into a pile of mud by his claw. You are in me, I am in you, and you are in me. They could no longer be separated. Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. You didn't control your strength well. Only a fool would believe that. However, Grandpa's way of showing off was really too low. Every day, a large number of people complain that I'm too short. Today, I've learned a sentence to use against all of you. It's not that I'm too short, it's that you're all too fast. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. Chapter 11:25. However, Lei Changtian had already turned around with a benevolent expression on his face. My dear grandson, my dear granddaughter, come over here and let your dear grandpa take a good look at you. Zhua Xiaoduo had an innocent and obedient expression on her face as she called out cutely, "Hello, Grandpa." Good, ha ha ha. Good child. Lei Changtian was overjoyed. Zhua Xiaonian realized that she seemed to have misunderstood her grandpa and felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and called out shyly, "Hello, Grandpa." Good. Lei Changtian's old face was almost blooming with a smile. He lamented, "Grandpa has been in seclusion all these years, and I haven't been by your side since you were young. It's really been hard on the two of you." Zhua Xiaoduo coughed and thought to herself, "We've been under the care of our parents, so we really haven't felt like we've been wronged." This old man didn't know how to speak. You should have said that you didn't fulfill your responsibility as a grandpa and felt guilty. It would have been best if you could make up for all the birthday gifts you've owed us all these years, but you definitely couldn't say that we've been wronged. It's good that Grandpa is back now. Zhua Xiaoduo, who was cursing in his heart, looked as if he had found someone to rely on. With Grandpa around, I'm suddenly not afraid of anything anymore. This sentence was also what Zhua Xiaoduo was thinking, and there was no falsehood in it at all. After all, he had the backing of a peak expert in this world. From now on, he would become a third-generation cultivator and obtain the qualifications to lie down and win in life. This had always been Zhua Xiaoduo's biggest dream. Now that his dream had come true, he was naturally elated and complacent. This was the first time in his life that he felt so confident when facing a powerful enemy. It felt so good to have someone to rely on. Good child, you're so obedient. Lei Changtian suddenly felt a strong sense of familial happiness, and he was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "Don't move." The two Tao integration stage powerful beings had wanted to slip away a long time ago. Now that he saw this old man coaxing his grandson, if he didn't leave now, when would he? But who would have thought that just as he thought about it, before he could put it into action, the old man turned around and warned him. "Senior Devil Cultivator, tonight's matter is a bit of karma between us juniors. Since Senior has condescended and intervened in this karma, how can we not give Senior face? This matter will naturally end here." Wang Jiajia replied, "We're all members of the Astral Souls continent, so there's no need for internal strife. Tonight, the plan to lure Zhua Xiaoduo by taking the opportunity of suppressing the Liu family had completely failed. It had even escalated to the point where their lives were in danger. Therefore, it was important for them to say a few words and retreat quickly. Although the old man in front of him was powerful, he had already given him enough face by putting in a good word for him. It was no different from admitting defeat. Would he really dare to kill two high-level Tao integration stage cultivators of the War God clan? The two of them were Tao integration stage cultivators and were among the most powerful beings on the continent. As long as he still had the big picture in mind, he wouldn't act so recklessly and suddenly damage the strength of the continent. The Astral Souls continent was already weak. Who would be willing to kill two Tao integration stage powerful beings over such a small matter? Family. Are you worthy? The demon ancestor opened his eyes and suddenly stretched out his hand. The void demonic hand appeared again and grabbed the Tao integration stage powerful being who had just spoken. He stood at attention in front of him and slapped him across the face. The other members of the Wu family and the Liu family all sighed in their hearts. This senior had misspoken. Oh. Lei Changtian cocked his head to the side in surprise. So serious. How dare you insult our ancestor? You insult the god of war. You're dead. Your entire family is dead. The Wang family Tao integration stage powerful being's eyes were filled with humiliation and rage, as well as a hint of elation. Old man, it's too late for you to apologize now. You're already standing on the opposite side of the entire astral soul's continent. Lei Changtian faltered upon hearing this. I'm standing on the opposite side of the entire astral soul's continent. Just because I insulted that brat Wang Feihong. The Wang family Dao integration stage powerful being's expression was unyielding as he straightened his neck. I was captured by you because I wasn't as strong as you, so I admit defeat. You can kill me or torture me as you wish, but you insulted the god of war. Your crimes are unforgivable, and you deserve to die. All warriors of the entire astral soul's continent want to kill you. This is a major issue of right and wrong. We can't be confused. He looked at Lei Changtian with a stern expression. Insulting the god of war is a crime that deserves to be punished. Lei Changtian's eyes dimmed as he said, Is it really that serious? But it's not a big deal. There aren't many people nearby. If I kill all of you, who will know what I said or did? It's just a small matter of silencing people. It's not worth mentioning. Before he finished speaking, Lei Changtian's aura suddenly surged. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies, was enveloped by this powerful aura. No one was able to move. Everyone present was inexplicably frightened, and they felt a chill run down their spines. With the astonishing strength displayed by this old man, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill everyone present. This was definitely not a joke. Even the Yu family members who knew the true identity of this old man still felt a chill run down their spines. This old man had always done things his own way and didn't follow the rules. So what if he killed a few people? Please don't kill us as well. We're on the same side, we're on the same side. The Wang family's Dao integration stage expert panicked when he saw that his words seemed to have provoked the old man in front of him. However, he didn't show it on his face. He forced himself to activate his cultivation to the limit and said, Justice is in people's hearts. How can black and white be confused? Old man, you rely on your cultivation to run amok. Even if you can kill all of us, can you kill all the people in the world? This kind of perverse behavior is going against the heavens. The heavens have eyes and will definitely kill you. You can't redeem yourself for blaspheming the heroes of our continent. What the fuck? Lei Changtian was frightened by his righteous gaze. He thought to himself, back then, Wang Feihong was ridden and beaten by me 7 or 8 times a day for more than 300 years. So, even if I died 100,000 times, it wouldn't be enough for me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he cursed out loud. Even if Wang Feihong was here now, I would still beat him up if I wanted to, let alone you. Lei Changtian snorted and said, Look at what kind of people he raised. Every day, other than talking about the war god family, what other fucking business do they have? How many people have your Wang family harmed by using Wang Feihong's name as a protective talisman? Do you really think there are no records? Lei Changtian became angrier and angrier as he spoke. He slapped the Dao integration stage expert in front of him. War God Family. What an impressive title. Wang Feihong sacrificed himself for the continent back then, and his reputation is indeed very high. I admire him and respect him. However, how much has his reputation been ruined by you unfilial descendants over the years? If Wang Feihong were still alive, let me tell you, he would be the first to destroy your Wang family. With Wang Feihong's violent temper, he could kill everyone in your Wang family. Lei Changtian slapped the Dao integration stage expert's face. Can you be more shameless? With your cultivation base, why can't you defeat a general at the front line? Aren't you just afraid of death? Don't you dare to go to the front line. Why are you pretending in front of me? Even if your ancestors come back to life, you're fucking unqualified in front of me. Do you understand? Do you have to live off your ancestors' wealth? Do you have to carry the flag of your ancestors' war god family as a shell? If you don't carry that flag, won't your Wong family starve to death? Carrying the good reputation of your ancestors, doing evil things, and putting bad labels on others. You're so bad that you've grown sores all over your heads and pus all over your feet. However, you have to put yourself on the moral high ground in everything you do. As Lei Changtian spoke, he suddenly stopped slapping the Tao integration stage expert's face. He looked at the sky with a hint of melancholy. He thought of his brothers in the past and saw the current corruption of the Wong family. He couldn't help but feel sad. An extremely uncomfortable feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. I don't know if you feel particularly humiliated. Chapter 11:26. Lei Changtian looked up into the sky and heaved a long sigh. This Tao integration stage super mighty figure of the Wong family was enraged after being slapped repeatedly. What right do you have to criticize our ancestors? Just because you're so powerful. Although you're powerful, justice is in everyone's heart. You've insulted the Wong family and the god of war. You'll definitely get what you deserve. Old bastard, you won't be able to absolve yourself even if you die 10,000 times. Behind him, the members of the Wong family and the other families started to clamor at the same time. You've insulted the god of war. 100 deaths won't atone for that. 1,000 cuts won't be enough to atone for your sins. Everyone could see that. This person seemed to have some scruples. He didn't want to kill them. In the face of such a powerful being, there was really no other way except to use righteousness to suppress him. They couldn't beat him. Absolve myself from the blame. The public enemy of the continent. Noisy. Too noisy. There are too many people. It makes me feel like I'm outnumbered. It doesn't feel good. Let's not kill them. Lei Changtian chuckled coldly and sighed softly. Suddenly, he flipped his hand. With a smack, he slammed it down. Aside from these two Tao integration stage super mighty figures, everyone else from the Shen family, the Yin family, and the Huangfu family, regardless of who they were all slapped into mincemeat by this sudden slap right as astonishment appeared on their faces. It was like swatting flies with a fly swatter. Blood splattered all over the ground. At this moment, blood flowed like a river and converged into a stream before condensing in front of them. Everyone was dumbstruck. Lei Changtian said indifferently, "How can I absolve myself from the blame?" He was still sighing with melancholy a moment ago, but in the next moment, he was already ruthless and merciless. He didn't even need Sua Xiao Duo to remind him. He was merciless in his attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, the two remaining survivors, the two Tao integration stage experts of the Wong family, were instantly dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the churning waves of blood behind them. They couldn't even move their eyes. On the other side, the Liu family, Wu family, Yu family, and Liu family in their own camp didn't feel the slightest bit of joy when they saw this scene. They only trembled in fear. Why did this powerful existence suddenly make a move to kill? He didn't feel like he was going to kill anyone, nor did he feel any murderous intent. What was going on? Are they really going to kill us to silence us? We all thought that he was just joking. This old man, can no longer be described as a ruthless person, he is a cruel wolf. Everyone, don't be so nervous. The reason why I attacked was because these people all wanted to run away. Lei Changtian said in distress, I want them to stay, and I want them to calm down, so I had to come up with this plan. I don't know how to reason with them, and I'll try my best not to blabber when I can. That's all. The muscles on Swa Xiaoyan's pretty face twitched. What you meant by staying here and calming down was to kill him with one slap. Then this sentence was really appropriate. There was no room for exaggeration. Everyone stayed, and they stayed forever. They quieted down like never before, and they would never make a scene again in this lifetime. The others are a little noisy, and I'm also worried that the news will be leaked. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at the 4 guards of the Yu family and the Lu family. Suddenly, everyone trembled in unison. Grandpa! Sua Xiaoduo called out, "These are my friends." Lei Changtian's attitude suddenly changed. He smiled and said, "Good boy, friends can also leak secrets." "I guarantee that they won't," Sua Xiaoduo said seriously. Everyone looked at Sua Xiaoduo with gratitude. "You all can go back. Remember not to talk nonsense." Sua Xiaoduo smiled and waved his hand, "Little fatty, don't pretend to be unconscious. If the news here leaks out, I won't look for anyone else but you." "Don't worry, Zhuo." The unconscious Yuxia jumped up and said energetically, "Don't worry, not a single word will leak out. Let's go, let's go." "Okay. Zhuo, I'll contact you tomorrow." The Yuxia began to call out to the others, "Let's go, let's go, let's go to the meeting. I'll be the host." In the Lu family, 4th Master Lu looked at Sua Xiaoduo with a complicated expression and said, "Take care. When I get out, I'll pay a visit to the Lu family," Sua Xiaoduo said seriously. "We'll wait for you." Under the Yuxia's lead, everyone left in unison. Only Sua Xiaoduo, Sua Xiaonian, the demon ancestor, and the 2 Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were left. The entire Dingjun stage became extremely empty. The 2 Dao integration stage experts felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't help but tremble all over. "Only the 2 of us are left." "What? What do you want to do?" Bai and Jiu turned into 2 streaks of black and white light respectively and swept away the power of their souls. Sua Xiaoduo was not to be outdone either. He immediately rushed into the pool of blood and began to rummage through it excitedly. These people are going to stay here forever. They probably don't want any of their worldly possessions. There are so many spatial rings here. How many good things are there? Even if we don't need them, we can sell them and benefit the world. Robbing the rich and giving to the poor. It's always possible. Sua Xiaoduo actually managed to collect more than 70 storage rings and their personal weapons, and put them all into the storage rings. Well, this was mainly because Lei Changtian's cultivation base and strength were truly unfathomable. His strength was so precise that he only wanted to take his opponent's life and destroy his opponent's body. He didn't take any of his worldly possessions at all. This made Sua Xiaoduo overjoyed. The demon ancestor rolled his eyes. "Who do you plan to help? Do you have a target in mind?" Sua Xiaoduo replied righteously, as the saying goes, "If you're poor, you should take care of yourself. If you're rich, you should help the world. Of course I have a target in mind." Lei Changtian was very pleased. His grandson's awareness was quite high. "Not bad, not bad. It's no wonder your mother has taught you for so many years to have such a heart." "Of course, Grandpa. If we were rich, I would've." Sua Xiaoduo didn't get a chance to finish his sentence before he saw the demon ancestor's expression turn a little off. "Ahem. We're poor." The demon ancestor felt like he couldn't continue this conversation. "Look at the 2 of you, brother and sister. You have 4 hands and 3 divine artifacts. Do you think I'm blind? You're so fucking poor. Just from what I've seen, you're already extremely wealthy on the Omno Alliance continent. No, that's not right. Even in the entire Astral Souls continent, or even the other 3 continents, few people would dare to say that they could take out that much. So a Xiao Duo walked around the two Dao integration stage experts, collecting things. However, the two Dao integration stage experts didn't dare to move at all. There was no other reason. The old man in front of them was simply too terrifying. He was so terrifying that he exceeded the scope of their knowledge. They had originally wanted to use righteousness to suppress him. After all, no matter what kind of expert he was, he had to consider the consequences of offending so many established families in Shangjing, that there was also the overall situation of the world. The role of high-level cultivators, etc. These were all problems that peak cultivators of the astral souls continent had to consider as long as they were individuals. But in the end, they had just threatened him, and he had only said a few words in total, and this person had casually raised his hand and directly slapped most of them to death, leaving only the two of them who had escaped the net. The instant the demon ancestor killed them, the two Dao integration stage experts' heads buzzed. How could there be such a lunatic in this world? Could it be that he didn't care about the 5 major families at all? Didn't he care about the situation of the continent and the safety of the world at all? The two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were so aggrieved that their lips trembled. What kind of crazy old man was this? In the past, who wouldn't be wary of such a move? However, this old man was actually like this. In that case, he had killed everyone else without any warning, yet he hadn't killed the two of them. Was it because he was more or less concerned about the two of them, or did he have other intentions? However, no matter what, it was good that they were still alive. However, Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a benevolent smile. My good grandson, why didn't you let me kill these two guys? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled very innocently and said, Grandpa, these two are Dao integration stage experts. It's a pity that they were killed by you with a single palm strike. Upon hearing this, the two Dao integration stage experts felt even more relieved. Zhou Xiaoduo was still looking at the big picture. That was good, that was good. When they returned, they had to report this matter to their family. This matter needed to be considered at length and could not be rash anymore. Who would have thought that Zhou Xiaoduo, who was born in a small border city and came from a country bumpkin background, would have such a powerful backer? With such a ridiculously powerful grandfather, this matter was really troublesome. Lei Changtian frowned. Pity. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's words, the demon ancestor couldn't help but feel the urge to teach his grandson a lesson. Women's kindness was not to be taken lightly. If a snake was not beaten to death, it would be harmed. Although it was a good thing that his grandson was so kind, it was too easy for others to take advantage of him. Lei Changtian was very worried. Sigh, this child was too kind. Zhou Xiaoduo said, That's right, Grandpa. It's a pity to kill them just like that. Nian Mao and I have never had any experience fighting against Dao integration stage experts. This is a great opportunity. Why don't we let them spar with us before we talk about what happens next? Lei Changtian's facial muscles twitched instantly. He understood. He completely understood. I'll let these two spar with me first. Trash can be reused. When they're done with their spar and have no more value, I'll kill them myself. Was this what they meant by talking about what happens next? Suddenly, he felt that his earlier worries were groundless. This little bastard was kind. What did that have to do with him? To think that he was so kind, it seemed that this old man was the one who was truly too kind. Why was this old man's old face burning? Did you too hear that? Lei Changtian looked at the two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family. If you want to kill us, just do it. What's the point of saying so much? Humiliating others like this is not what a hero should do. The two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family wore expressions of grief and indignation. These two were also very experienced people. After hearing Zhou Xiao's words, how could they not know that they were overthinking things? Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes. Humiliate you? Do you think you're worthy? Let me tell you clearly. Spar with my grandson and granddaughter tonight. If they can successfully adapt to the way and atmosphere of fighting against Dao integration stage experts, I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Chapter 11:27. I'll spare your lives. These words were like heavenly music to the ears of the two Dao integration stage experts. What followed was a sense of ecstasy. Are you serious? With this old man's cultivation, do you think that I would lie? Or slap myself in the face? Lei Changtian said disdainfully. All right then. The two Dao integration stage experts were overjoyed. In front of this old man, they didn't even have the slightest bit of power. They had thought that they would definitely die tonight, given how ferocious this old man was. Only then did they manage to brace themselves for once. Who would have thought that there would be such a turn of events? Could it be that the heavens are really blessing the kind-hearted and giving them a chance to live? Sparring isn't a big deal. We love to guide our juniors. Then let's begin. Let's begin. I'm warning you. Don't try anything funny. You should know that your little tricks won't work in front of me. Don't worry, senior. We won't. Lei Changtian released the suppression on the two Dao integration stage experts. This was a unique exchange of pointers, and also a dutiful exchange of pointers. The two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were really giving their all for this sparring. From their auras, to their moves, to defending themselves, and then to their counterattacks. As they sparred, they also had to patiently and painstakingly explain everything in detail. Well, they had to give it their all. There was a life-seizing old monster eyeing them covetously from the side. He was an expert among experts. If either of them didn't teach properly and let him catch the slightest flaw, they would probably lose their lives here. At this moment, there was no such thing as an outsider watching. The entire Dingjun stage was enveloped by Lei Changtian's enormous divine consciousness. Not even a bird in the sky could fly over, let alone spectators. That's not how you're going about it. The difference in your cultivation is too great. Don't even think about counterattacking at a time like this. In the Dao integration realm, the most important thing is the fusion of all techniques, and you can't grasp the key point at all with your cultivation. Any slight movement will cause you to be exposed and your condition to collapse. Therefore, any counterattack at a time like this is futile. At this time, don't even think about dodging. Dodging is just a temporary expedient. Once you start dodging, I can use the momentum of the convergence of 10,000 arts to continue chasing after you, making you constantly show flaws. Then, you can only keep dodging. Until you can't dodge anymore. If you can't dodge anymore, you'll be captured and killed. At a time like this, the best way to deal with it is to use the most subtle techniques you know. You can divert the force with little effort. When the attack is eliminated, you can then dodge. Only then can you ensure that your opponent will not catch a flaw and continue to pursue you. How do you explain this? For example, when the flood peak comes, you have to take it head-on and survive the first wave. Then, you have to divert the force of the flood. Only then can you ensure that the dam is not breached. Do you understand? If you dodge right away, the power of the flood peak will follow you closely until the dam is destroyed. That's right, said Ji Hao. You should understand now, right? Taking it head-on is also a matter of technique. If you can avoid it head-on, then don't. First of all, it's easy to break if you're too rigid. Once you misjudge your opponent's power level, it's very likely that you'll collapse instantly. Similarly, if your opponent finds out that you actually dare to take it head-on, he'll add more force, and it's very likely that he'll kill you in an instant. The trick to dealing with this is, if we're heavy weapons, it'll be easier for you to carry them. However, if we're light weapons, it'll be even more difficult to deal with. For high-level cultivators, lifting light weapons as if they're heavy is a piece of cake. Different enemies, different battles, different weapons. Especially when you're up against DAO integration stage cultivators, given the vast difference in your cultivation bases. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan battled again and again under the pressure of DAO integration stage cultivators. This went on for a full hour. During this hour, both of them benefited immensely. It was a rare opportunity to receive wholehearted guidance from two DAO integration stage cultivators. Finally, even Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were feeling a little exhausted. Only then did this sparring match officially come to an end. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had truly understood two concepts. One concept, powerful beings. The other concept, DAO integration stage. Both of them felt that they had benefited immensely from this constant tempering. Now, all that was left was for the two of them to carefully ponder over these concepts in their daily battles. There were many things that one knew but did not know the reason for. No matter how high one's aptitude was, it was impossible to master these concepts in a short period of time. The two DAO integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were also very tired. However, they felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. "Senior, we've done it," one of them said. "In other words, could you let us go now?" Lei Changtian nodded and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You're welcome. I hope that in the future, our Wang family can put aside our former enmity and visit you more often." The DAO integration stage cultivator of the Wang family was full of smiles. "In that case, we'll take our leave now." "Leave? Who said you could leave?" Lei Changtian emphasized the word you. The two DAO integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were suddenly stunned. Wasn't this the condition that they had agreed on? Lei Changtian said indifferently, "I said that I would spare your lives. Of course, I won't go back on my word. However, don't you know how to count? What's a life?" The two DAO integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were instantly stunned. A life? What the fuck? Was there such a thing? A life? Didn't that mean? "Senior, what do you mean?" "It's very clear. This old man has said that I will spare your lives, and I will spare your lives. However, I will definitely not spare two lives." Lei Changtian said matter-of-factly, "I didn't say that I would spare your lives, did I?" The two DAO integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were dumbfounded. "You have a cultivation level above the clouds and are at least in the primordial chaos realm. How can you say such shameless words? You've gone too far. It's your lack of understanding. How can you blame me?" The two DAO integration stage cultivators roared and charged forward. Their eyes were bloodshot. They had been domineering their entire lives. When had they ever been played like this? "We almost became nannies for your grandson. In the end, you were playing us." Once this kind of anger rushed up, his lungs almost exploded. "We'll fight you to the death." The two DAO integration stage cultivators surged their spiritual energy and tried their best to activate their dantian. Their bodies suddenly expanded. Self-detonation. They wanted to self-detonate. Lei Changtian clasped his hands together. His hands, which were hundreds of feet long and wide, held the 2 Dao integration stage cultivators in his hands. Amidst the black smoke, 2 puffs sounded like 2 farts. One of the 2 Dao integration stage cultivators had already been reduced to a pile of mush. As for the other, his dantian had been destroyed, his divine sense had been sealed, his life essence had been split, and his essence had been shattered. Lei Changtian released his hands. The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family stood there. He seemed to have aged 10,000 years. He couldn't even stand up. He sat down on the ground with a thump. Looking at the corpse of his brother beside him, he suddenly howled into the sky. His voice was extremely miserable. "Leave your name, you old bastard. We've been destroyed by your hands in this life. We'll definitely repay you in our next life." He glared viciously at Lei Changtian. At this moment, all fear disappeared. All that was left was hatred. Lei Changtian said in surprise, "You're fucking dreaming. You're actually thinking about the next life. What do you want? You said yourself that you would spare our lives. Now, my brother has been killed by you and I have been crippled by you. Could it be that you want to go back on your promise of sparing our lives?" The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family roared furiously, "The heavens have eyes. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Lei Changtian said leisurely, "Of course I said that I'd spare your lives. But did I say that I'd let you go, dot?" The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family's eyes widened to the extreme. He looked at Lei Changtian with grief and indignation for 3 lifetimes, crying tears of blood from his heart, "Old bastard, how can a person be as despicable as you?" Lei Changtian said matter-of-factly, "My big brother used to deal with me in the past. He was always so stingy with his words. Isn't it natural for me to learn from him? Who's your boss?" The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family asked furiously. A proud expression appeared on Lei Changtian's face. He said smugly, "My boss is." At this point, his expression suddenly changed. He became extremely vexed, self-reproach, disdain, and anger. He slapped him and said furiously, "What does this have to do with you? What's there to ask?" In anger, he slapped him twice more. He immediately fainted. "Grandpa, don't kill him." Zhou Xiaoduo reminded him, "You still have to ask why they're targeting me." Lei Changtian said, "Don't worry, he won't die." A gust of spiritual energy flashed past. The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family slowly regained consciousness. "Tell me, why is the Wang family plotting against my grandson?" Lei Changtian said, "Tell me honestly, and I'll let you go." However, the Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family was much smarter now. He said resentfully, "You let me go, but your grandson and granddaughter won't let me go. What's the use of that?" "Oh my." Lei Changtian's eyes widened. He's actually become smarter. The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family closed his eyes angrily and turned his head to the side. "I've been tricked to this extent. If I still can't figure out what tricks you're playing, wouldn't I be an idiot?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he turned his head and spat on the ground. He closed his eyes and said disdainfully, "I can't believe there's such a shameless person like you in this world." Lei Changtian snorted and said, "You're also a Dao integration stage cultivator. Don't you know that there's a Dharma spell called soul searching in this world?" The Wang family cultivator trembled all over. "You can't live or die in front of me. Why do you want to suffer the pain of soul searching before you die? You won't have anything left anyway." Lei Changtian said patiently. "Soul searching." The Wang family cultivator suddenly burst into tears and howled in a hoarse voice, "But you won't believe me. Even if I tell you, you'll still have to soul search to verify it. Old bastard, hurry up if you want to soul search. Why do you have to play with me? Lei Changtian didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. He cursed with a gloomy face, fuck, you shouldn't have been so smart earlier. Your IQ just has to be online now. Chapter 11:28. In the end, Lei Changtian still performed a soul-searching on this Tao integration stage super mighty figure. After a soul-searching operation, the demon ancestor sighed softly and looked at the Wang family Tao integration stage super mighty figure, who was now like a pile of mud. Which one of you is going to do it? I said that I would spare his life, so I will definitely spare his life. There is no falsehood, and there is no discount. But you two didn't say that, did you? Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian both had the same thought, Grandpa is so shameless. Then, Sua Xiaonian turned to Sua Xiaoduo and blinked her bright eyes. Got it. Sua Xiaoduo obviously couldn't let Sua Xiaonian do such dirty work. He stepped forward and smashed the Tao integration stage super mighty figure's head into pieces. Little White and Little Joe happily came out to wander around. This was a Tao integration stage divine spirit. Since the two of them had made their debut, they had never devoured a divine spirit of this level. Today, they actually had two portions at once. They ate heartily, and the aftertaste was endless. Both of them had a good time and their strength had increased significantly. Once they were done enjoying themselves, their Tao integration stage remnant souls would be completely annihilated in body and soul. What's going on, Grandpa? These two are already Tao integration stage super mighty figures, so they should be at the very top of the Wang family. Even if they don't know everything, they should at least know a lot about it, right? Sua Xiaoduo asked. This is really fucking complicated. It's not something that can be explained in a few sentences. Lei Changtian frowned. We'll talk about it when we get back to our place. Sigh, your father is so irresponsible. He left you two to do this alone. He's so careless and doesn't know how to take care of his children at all. What kind of father is this? What kind of son is this? This is too much. What kind of father is this? I really can't stand it. He complained as he returned with Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaonian was not used to her grandfather complaining about her father, but he was an elder. It was reasonable for the father-in-law to scold the son-in-law. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, you're such an old father-in-law. You're such a coward in front of my dad. Now that my dad isn't in front of you, you're acting all arrogant. That night in Shangjing was destined to be peaceful. After the Liu family and the Yu family returned, they immediately called for an emergency meeting with the upper echelons of the family. As for the Wang clan, the Shen clan, and the others, none of the people from the opposing clans returned. It was inevitable that some of the clans found it strange. After a while, they sent people out to search and inquire about the situation. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find even the slightest clue. What's more, they couldn't even find the clearest location of the incident, the Dingjun stage. Once the group of scouts got close to the Dingjun platform, they would encounter a strange atmosphere similar to that of ghosts going around in circles. They would end up getting further and further away that they couldn't even get close to the location of the incident. How could they find the relevant people? This strange situation lasted until 4:30 in the morning. With the crowing of the rooster, dawn came and the fog in front of them gradually dissipated. The scouts could finally enter the Dingjun stage. But after entering, they only saw broken wreckage and broken limbs all over the ground. Basically, every corpse that was still intact was decayed and dilapidated as if they had been dead for several years. Damn, what exactly happened? Why didn't even leave behind a fragment of the soul? Could it be that there was really a ghost last night? The more I think about it, the more horrifying it is. I wandered around here for almost the whole night, but I couldn't really get close. It's most likely that I encountered a ghost going around in circles. It didn't run away. Isn't it? It's obviously nearby. But no matter how much I wandered around, I couldn't get close. There were a few times when I directly went out of the city. If it wasn't a ghost, what else could it be? Over the years, more and more people have died in Shangjing City. More than half of the people who died unjustly. After so many years, it's understandable that it finally exploded. It's reasonable. Thinking back to the things that the Wang family and the Shen family have done over the years, it's an understatement to say that they have done all kinds of evil. Now that the cycle of karma has come, it's karma. It should be said that this is the first paranormal incident in Shangjing in the past 1,000 years. The rumor spread from mouth to mouth, and it became more and more widespread. The supernatural incidents in Shangjing became a hot topic in a very short period of time. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. In fact, there were quite a few people who came in contact with the paranormal incident at the Dingjun stage to a certain extent yesterday. There were really many people who took photos and videos from afar last night. Later on, they even saw the black fog rising from afar. It was rolling and rolling inside, as if there were countless ghosts howling excitedly inside. However, it was difficult to identify more specific things. Although the government took action to remove these videos and pictures at the first opportunity, the rumor of paranormal activity in Shangjing caused a great uproar. Only the few clans involved in the matter remained silent. The Wang family. Bam! The head of the family, Wang Han, slammed his hand on the table. Paranormal activity. What a load of nonsense. There must be other powerful beings who have entered the battle and used special techniques to obscure their vision. If it's just a paranormal activity, what kind of ghost would be able to kill a Dao integration stage cultivator? Even a ghost king wouldn't be able to do that. A powerful being of at least the Dao integration pinnacle stage has entered Shangjing, and he's standing on the side of the Lu family. This is already confirmed. Last night, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian must have been present as well. Otherwise, the two 12th generation ancestors wouldn't have intervened and caused the situation to spiral out of control. There must be something fishy about this. Even if it's really a paranormal activity, it doesn't make sense that the Lu family members have returned while our people have all died there. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Now, the only thing the Wang clan could be sure of was that the Yu clan had also made a move in this battle. Yesterday, Hero Yu had held a welcoming dinner for Zhou Xiaoduo, and it was such a grand occasion that almost everyone in Shangjing knew about it. The Wang clan and Lu clan's life and death battle had been decided on the military platform. Zhou Xiaoduo had appeared at the military platform, and Hero Yu had most likely followed along as well. It was even possible that it was the Yu clan's handiwork to be able to produce an ability user above the Dao integration stage. However, they couldn't and didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yu family. There were also the Wu family and the Lu family. They had also made arrangements last night, and it was very likely that they had also entered the battle. Another key suspect was the Lu family. The Lu family was the invitee, and the Wang family could secretly invite allies. They could even secretly send a Dao integration stage cultivator as their trump card. Why couldn't the Lu family arrange other powerful beings? However, it was useless to ask the families on his side. Because, like him, they were all dead and naturally didn't know anything. If there were people who knew the truth, it would probably be the Yu family, the Wu family, the Lu family, and the Lu family. The Yu family definitely couldn't be provoked, and they didn't dare to provoke them. When it came to the Wu family and the Lu family, the leaders of the two families could easily push the blame away. We didn't go. It had nothing to do with us. You said we went. Bring out evidence. If it really came to this point, the situation would be very troublesome. There could be even more troublesome situations. If they were really forced into a corner, there was a very high chance that the other party would directly go into battle. Fuck. You're too much of a bully. Who's afraid of who? Let's have another decisive battle on the battle stage. The Wang family was very clear about the hooligan ways of these families in Shangjing. Don't look at how each of them was more gentle, kind, and courteous than the other. However, when something really happened, each one of them would act like a hooligan, twisting words and forcing logic, and saying things that weren't right. As a result, only the Lu family was left to openly ask about this matter. Because the Lu family was the invitee, all the other families could deny and shirk responsibility, but the Lu family couldn't shirk responsibility. Pay attention to the news of the Lu family's fourth son, Lu Jingyun. If you can catch him, catch him. If you can't, we'll pay him a visit. Wang Han faintly felt a huge sense of danger approaching in his heart. At this moment, he actually felt upset, and his heart was in turmoil. Two Dao fusing experts. Two of the pillars of the Wang clan had actually died without a sound yesterday. This was simply unbearable pain, an unbearable loss. Big brother, I'm afraid there's something strange about this matter. Wang Zhong, Wang Han's younger brother, had always been recognized as the brains of the Wang family. At this moment, he frowned and stroked his beard over and over again. He narrowed his eyes and said, I've sorted through all the clues related to yesterday's incident, and I've come up with an extremely terrifying conjecture. What conjecture? Just say it, don't beat around the bush. Wang Han was in a state of turmoil, and he didn't hold back at all. You guys leave first. Wang Zhong said to the others. After these people left, Wang Zhong set up a soundproof barrier, and then sat in front of Wang Han cautiously. Big brother, something's not right. Who doesn't know that something's not right? The question now is, where did it come from? I thought about it yesterday. The most fundamental source of this series of events is Sua Xiao Duo, and the root cause is Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue. The former is his teacher, and the latter is his principal. Can you say something I don't know? The main point, I want to hear the main point now. Big brother, don't worry, here comes the main point. The company that's desperately trying to smear our reputation online is called Sua Shui Company. After the incident with Qin Fangyang, the Minister Vigilant came to Ancestral Dragon Gaolu as his first stop after coming out of seclusion. He even bluntly said that he was friends with Qin Fangyang. Do you still remember that the minister's surname is Sua? Wang Zhong frowned and said, the terrifying conjecture I'm talking about is. With so many Suas gathered together, could there be a connection? As soon as Wang Zhong said this, Wang Han's expression changed drastically. He sat down on the chair, and sweat dripped down his head. He only felt that his heart was beating like a drum in an instant, and his mouth was dry for a moment. This can't be said carelessly. Of course, why would I say carelessly? There's a reason for this conjecture, Wang Zhong said. Big brother, think about it carefully. Sua Shui Company is a Shao company, and with the power of our Wang family in both public and private affairs, and the power of both the good and the bad, we can't touch it. In this land of astral souls, what company can't even touch our Wang family? Chapter 1129. Last night, two Dao integration stage patriarchs died without a sound. How can such an accident be described as strange? Even if a powerful enemy joined the battle, even if it was a primordial chaos expert like the Marshal of the Four Directions, with the cultivation, strength, and battle prowess of our two ancestors, they wouldn't have died so silently, right? To be able to make two Dao integration stage experts die without a sound. The most conservative estimate is that the enemy's cultivation and strength are at least at the peak of the primordial chaos realm, or even higher. But how many almighty beings have reached this level, let alone the Astral Souls continent, even if we include the Omno Alliance continent and the Dao League continent? On the other hand, if we only include the Astral Souls continent, the left and right heavenly kings, Bayun Fairy, and at most, there are no more than 15. Boss, what do you think about this? Could it be? Wang Zhong's voice was trembling. His eyes flickered, and his face suddenly turned pale. Don't tell me it's really the minister's fault. Wang Han's whole body trembled. No, 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 this is absolutely impossible. Why is it impossible? Wang Han moved quickly and quickly pulled out the information about Zhuo Duo from the pile of investigation materials. Look carefully. This Zhuo's background is clear. Although his surname is Zhuo Duo, his father is Zhuo Changlu, and his mother is Wu Yuding. The life history of this family, from the birth of Zhuo Duo to the present, and the resumes of his parents, are all well documented. It has nothing to do with the minister at all, right? Zhuo Duo has only risen in recent years. Before that, he was a well-behaved student. Moreover, he was a good-for-nothing for so many years. If he is the son of the minister and his wife, how could he be like this? Even if he has some problems. What problems can the minister not solve? And that's Wu Xiaoyan. Although she has been known as a genius since she was a child, she entered the Kunlun Taoist sect to cultivate. Although the Kunlun Taoist sect can be considered a big sect, it can only be considered a small sect compared to the minister. Right? Everything is clear. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan have nothing to do with the minister. They have nothing to do with each other. Wang Zhong sighed and said, Boss, why are you? When did I say Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan? Pay attention to this report. He reached out and took the scroll beside him. It was the investigation file of Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding. Take a look at Zhuo Duo's parents. The life trajectory of this couple is indeed clear, but what about their relationship with their parents? This Zhuo Changlu. Who is his father? Who is his mother? Who is his grandfather? This. There is nothing. And this Wu Yuding is also the same. There is no clear social relationship. Wang Zhong said, Boss, don't you think it is strange? This is the current survey of interpersonal relationships. But a person's life trajectory is not a problem. A deeper background is the key. Wang Han stared at the file. His lips trembled as he said, What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that this Zhuo couple is the minister's descendant? But the 3 continents have already confirmed that the minister has no descendants in this world. Who said that they are the minister's descendants? Wang Zhong said, I am more inclined to say that this Zhuo couple is the minister's clansmen. Even if they are only his clansmen, we are still finished. Wang Hande shook his head, that's impossible. The minister's clansmen were all killed in battle before the minister rose to power. This part has been recorded for a long time. When the minister reached the sky realm, he went back to his birthplace to search for his clansmen. At that time, the one who accompanied the minister was my ancestor. I can confirm that there are a few veterans in the Eastern Army, and a few who used to work in the munitions factory. It is possible that the generals and the Heavenly King of the Right protected the company. But that is the limit. They will not do anything more. But how do you explain the Zwa in the Zwa clan's company? This has something to do with the big boss behind them. According to the investigation, the big boss behind the Zwa clan's company is an internet expert with a particularly rich background. Looking for his roots, it is either the UMNO Alliance or the Dao League. It is obviously a smokescreen, but it also shows that he does not have a strong background. Otherwise, why would he be so careful? Also, this person's recent contact exposed a clue, but it was quickly erased. What clue was exposed? The so-called clue is actually the confirmation of the big boss's online name. It is called a clue, but it is actually useless. It is better than nothing. What is his name? Jingjing Cat. Jingjing Cat. Wang Zhong scratched his head. What is this name? His online name has always been strange. Maybe this person likes cats very much. Wang Han was a little impatient. He was shocked just now, and now he felt weak all over. He really did not want to talk anymore. It seems that spiritual thought goddess's nickname at home is Nian Nian Cat. Wang Zhong pondered, why do I have a feeling that this company might belong to Zwa Xiao Duo? Ha! Wang Han was stunned. Yeah. This is really possible. If the company was really founded by Zwa Xiao Duo, then wouldn't the cause and effect be connected? Wang Hani slapped his thigh. Don't forget, according to the information we have, that Zwa Xiaonian was adopted by the Zwa couple. She has no blood relation to Zwa Xiao Duo. That's right, so it's possible. That explains why this company is called a Zwa Shuai. It's because Zwa Xiao Duo is the boss. Moreover, this brat always brags that he's handsome and often talks about it. Yes, yes. Isn't everything correct now? No, it's still not right. If it's really the company founded by Zwa Xiao Duo, why are there so many big shots supporting him? Wang Zhong frowned and thought about it, but he still could not figure out this question. After going around in circles, the topic finally came back to that sensitive question. Wang Han and Wang Zhong looked at each other, both confused. In the military, in the real circle of high-ranking officials, we still don't have anyone. We can only guess based on the information we have. This is our biggest shortcoming. Wang Han sighed. I'll go to the Nian family this afternoon. The Nian family. I'll go personally and find out what they're thinking. I don't think it's the Yu family who did this, but the Nian family. This time, I'll go there to find out what the Nian family's attitude is. Wang Han pondered and said. But, what should we do about Zwa Xiao Duo? It's imperative that we target Zwa Xiao Duo. But, if there's really such a master, a super master, who's always around Zwa Xiao Duo, we won't stand a chance at all. Wang Zhong frowned and asked. That's not a problem. If we can capture Zwa Xiao Duo, that'll be the best. If we can't. In the end, we'll have to use the blood sacrifice to expand the range to cover the entire capital. As long as Zwa Xiao Duo is still in the capital, we'll still be able to succeed. Right? Wang Han said uncertainly. Big brother, this is a big deal. You have to be sure. Wang Zhong asked. Then I'll go ask the master again. We'll talk about it after we confirm the situation. Okay. I'll go. Be careful, big brother. After Wang Han left, Wang Zhong sat in the study with a sullen face and did not move for a long time. After a long time, he slowly walked out. He walked all the way to his courtyard and found his wife. Wan, there's something you need to deal with as soon as possible. It'd be best if you can finish it today. What is it? Our 7 youngest grandsons. Can you let your family take them away today? Tell them that they're your children. Or maybe a relative of the Yang family just gave birth to them. Things have actually gotten to this point. Chapter 1130. Well. It's always good to be prepared. It's always good to have a backup plan. If the Wang clan can survive these last few months peacefully, everything will be fine. At that time, we can just find a random reason to bring them back. But if they can't, I'm afraid the Wang clan will cease to exist. They are still young. Leave them some life. Don't let the Wang clan really die. Wang Zhong sighed with melancholy. Cease to exist. His wife couldn't help but widen her eyes. It can't be, right? We're the God of War's family. How can it? There's nothing new under the sun. Retribution is never good. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, everything will be retribution. Wang Zhong said lightly, hurry up and do it. Only you know about this. Don't tell anyone else. But this. The old lady's eyes flashed with hesitation. Only he knew that it was impossible because a lot of people would be involved in this matter if he wanted to succeed. What about the others who knew about it? They were all very close to him, and he couldn't just give them up just because he wanted to. This is the backup plan for the bloodline. It's urgent. Wang Zhong pondered for a while and said, you can do as you see fit. It's impossible that the children's parents don't know about this. It's good if these things are exposed. It'll be a better cover for the bloodline that was sent out. But all the previous relationships with the family must be cut off completely. Completely cut off. Understood. In Sui Xiaoyan's courtyard. Lei Changtian clicked his tongue in wonder. In the inner city of Shangjing, where every inch of land is worth an inch of gold, my granddaughter actually has the money to buy a small courtyard house. After he learned about the growth of his grandson and granddaughter, he deeply felt that it was a miracle. It was a miracle in novels. They were the proper male and female protagonists. Sui Xiaoduo puffed out his chest. He was so proud that his face glowed. He almost announced loudly, this daughter-in-law is mine, mine. Sui Xiaoyan blushed and said, this is all Dogda's money. I'm only responsible for spending it. No wonder. Based on the way he stirred up trouble and obtained resources in the Wizard Alliance, 1 meter taller sky is not enough to describe him. He must have a lot of wealth. Lei Changtian looked at Sui Xiaoduo with gratification and said, grandson, your cultivation is not low. Why don't you have a famous nickname until now? Look at your sister, the goddess of spiritual thoughts. What a nice name. Sui Xiaoduo said, why don't I have a famous nickname? My nickname, Iron Fist Young Master, is more or less popular. Forget it. What's your nickname? Nicknames are your name tags. People can give wrong names, but they can't give wrong nicknames. This is the principle. What kind of lousy name is that Iron Fist Young Master of yours? Lei Changtian glared at her. Grandpa will give you a nice name. Sui Xiaoduo humbly asked for advice, Grandpa, please go ahead. After thinking for a long time, Lei Changtian said, how about 3 miles higher in the sky? Sui Xiaoduo frowned. Obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied. What kind of lousy name was this? However, it was Grandpa who gave it, so Sui Xiaoduo had to politely decline. I'll discuss this with my parents first. If it's okay, I'll use it. Lei Changtian was shocked and said, if you don't like it, we'll talk about it later. You don't have to discuss such a small matter with your parents. You don't have to tell them. Sui Xiaoyan served the tea that had been brewed. Sui Xiaoduo began to pour the tea. Grandpa, what did you find from the soul search? This was the most important thing at the moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that his grandpa was a little out of tune. He didn't do anything important and always talked nonsense. Other than his extremely high cultivation level, he didn't have any other advantages. Of course, just his extremely high cultivation level alone was enough to make Zhuo Xiaoduo kneel and lick his boots for a long time. It's really quite complicated. I haven't sorted it all out yet. Forget it, I'll just tell you directly. Lei Changtian put on the airs of a grandpa and said kindly, it's like this. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan sat upright in front of Lei Changtian and pricked up their ears at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Lei Changtian laughed inexplicably, rocking back and forth. Zhuo Xiaoyan was curious. Grandpa, what's wrong? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very interested. Was the Wang family's matter that funny? Seeing the two of you sitting upright and pricking up your ears, I suddenly thought of your nicknames, ha 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 ha. Lei Changtian laughed until he couldn't catch his breath. Their nicknames. Sitting upright and pricking up their ears and their nicknames. Duo Duo dog. Nian Nian cat. Did we give you a sense of déjà vu just because we listened carefully? What's the connection? Suddenly Zhuo Xiaoyan was speechless. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was distorted. Lei Changtian was overjoyed and pointed at Zhuo Xiaoduo, Duo Duo dog. Then he pointed at Zhuo Xiaoyan, Nian Nian cat. After a pause, he said, this is the nickname that suits the two of you best. It's really too vivid. Indeed, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. The ancients didn't lie to me, they didn't lie to me. Ha 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 ha. Lei Changtian's laughter shook the courtyard house. The siblings suddenly felt their worldview collapse. They looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything. They finally understood the real reason why their parents didn't let Grandpa see them even though they were already so old that was way too out of place. That I was waiting for you to talk about serious matters, but your thoughts flew tens of thousands of miles away. That I'm so angry. Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. I'm so angry. Zhuo Xiaoduo puffed up his cheeks. If you weren't Grandpa, I would have smashed you with a hammer. The siblings looked at Lei Changtian, who couldn't stop laughing. They could clearly see the demon ancestor's tongue jumping happily in his big mouth. Grandpa! The two of them shouted at the same time. Their voices were very loud, unprecedentedly loud, and a little deafening. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Changtian suddenly stopped laughing and coughed a few times. He probably felt embarrassed. Suddenly laughing like this really damaged Grandpa's mighty and kind image. I'm not joking about your names. Actually, I thought of a little wolf dog sitting on the ground with its ears up. No, actually, the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass was very badly fought, very badly. Lei Changtian hurriedly changed the topic. Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Lei Changtian could only pick up the teacup and take a sip to hide his embarrassment. Finally, with a gulp, he poured the tea into his mouth, chewed and swallowed, and said, "Good tea." Then he asked, "Where were we just now?" The two of them were speechless. "We were talking about what you found when you searched our souls." Oh. Lei Zhangtian's train of thought finally returned to its original position. He said, "It's actually very simple. That's all. The Wang family is planning to do something big. They're gathering luck. Isn't this the time when the dragons are fighting for the bloodline? It just so happens that some other opportunities are also gathering at this time. In order to accomplish this, they need a carrier, or rather, a sacrifice. And the choice of this sacrifice is no small matter. In addition to possessing extremely strong fate energy, the person's cultivation must also be at a certain level. It's not easy to have these two characteristics at the same time, but Xiao Duo, you're recognized as the continent's #1 genius. Moreover, you have great fortune and great fate energy. Therefore, the Wang family plans to sacrifice Xiao Duo to trigger an explosion of fate energy. Then they'll use some special method to seize the fate energy of the dragons fighting over the veins, as well as the fate energy from the heavenly secrets, and let the Wang family monopolize it. It's best to pour it all into one person. If this wishful thinking succeeds, then the fate energy of the beneficiary will be favored by heaven and earth. After all, it's all of Xiao Duo's fate energy, all of the dragon's fate energy from the dragons fighting over the veins, and all of the heaven and earth's fate energy from the heavenly secrets. If all of it is gathered in one person, wouldn't it seize the fortune of heaven and earth and create an earth-shattering legend of a genius? Lei Changtian said, that's basically what it is. If you don't understand anything, I'll explain it in detail. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian were completely confused and didn't know what was going on. We don't understand at all. The two of them said in unison. What the hell are you talking about? Are you asking you to make an outline? Even if you're writing an outline for a novel, it doesn't seem to be as simple as you thought, although there are geniuses who never use an outline when writing novels, such as, Wind Conquers the World, but can you be compared to that person's brain? The more detailed situation is more or less like this. About 200 years ago, the Wang family obtained a mysterious secret record. It looks like a very, very ancient thing. No one knows how many years it has existed in the world, and there are a few sentences in it that look very much like a description of a prophecy. This secret record is very magical. All the words are very ordinary on it. However, as long as one sentence is interpreted correctly, these few words will light up on the secret record, and the other words together that are not interpreted correctly will remain dark. This is an extremely magical phenomenon. What's the content? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Lei Changtian pondered and recalled, the content is the great calamity descends upon the world, the extinction of all life, destruction followed by establishment, defeat followed by success, the sun and the moon pass through the sky, ice and fire are of the same origin, the hidden dragon rises out of the sea, the phoenix dances in the 9 heavens, in the world of great fortune, the prodigies gather, the dragon veins rise, the heavenly fortune descends to the mortal world, on the day of the phoenix's rush, the hidden dragon rises out of the abyss, at the time of extreme yang, the earth turns upside down, heaven and earth, the universe, gather at one pass, if one person obtains it, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven, the blood of the dragon's luck is sacrificed in front of the door, the glory of 10,000 generations will be passed down forever. It took the Wang family a full 200 years to decipher these few sentences, and in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Wang family, this matter is inseparable from the dragons fighting for the dragon veins. As long as they can maximize the use of this great opportunity that fell from the sky, the Wang family will be able to ascend to heaven. However, this is all that is recorded in the secret record, and there is no more specific way to do it. Most of the content was blurry and unclear. Probably a few decades ago, the Wang family met a master, and through this master's interpretation, the content became much clearer. Chapter 1131. All these years, the Wang family did not give up on deciphering this secret record. As time passed and the world changed, more and more of the contents of this secret record were verified. The higher-ups of the Wang family felt that the time for the secret record to be fully deciphered was coming. As time passed, the astral soul's continent suddenly ushered in the year of an explosion of geniuses. countless geniuses appeared like a geyser. Then, in the second half of this year, the Wang family finally deciphered the entire contents of this prophecy. When the great calamity descends, all life will be exterminated. This refers to the calamity that destroyed the world. Destruction, establishment, defeat, and success. This is the current tripartite balance of the star witchcraft Tao. Sun and moon shock the heavens, ice and fire come from the same origin, hidden dragon emerges from the sea, phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. These 4 sentences should be interpreted to the two of you. Cultivation techniques and Xiao Nian's Phoenix Meridian Soul Rush. After that, in the era of great fortune, prodigies will gather together. This is exactly what happened in the past 2 years. Then, the dragon meridian will rise, and heavenly fortune will descend to the mortal world. This is naturally referring to the dragon meridian incident, and heavenly fortune will descend on the mortal world. On the day of extreme yang, the world will turn upside down. This should be referring to this year's day of extreme yang, which is the 25th of May. And this day is also the day when the dragon meridian incident takes place. Heaven and earth will gather at this stage. If one person obtains it, all his fowls and dogs will ascend to heaven. This means that on that day, the power of heaven and earth can gather all this fortune on one person. As long as one succeeds, all his fowls and dogs will ascend to heaven. As for the blood of dragon meridian incident, before the sacrificial ceremony, at least in the Wang family's understanding, it refers to you, Xiao Duo, being recognized as the heir of the blood of dragon meridian incident. As long as your blood is sacrificed, the Wang family will be able to obtain this opportunity. From then on, the glory of the Wang family will be passed down for eternity. Lei Zhangtian said, that's all the content that the Wang family had found a master to decipher. However, because their contact was very secretive, even the Wang family's Tao integration stage experts are not clear about the master's specific identity. They only know that this person exists. All in all, the Wang clan firmly believes in this prophecy, which is why they have made such a series of moves. This was because the carrier of this prophecy had another very magical effect. As long as the contents of the secret record were interpreted correctly, the corresponding sentence would light up. Previously, as they were unable to determine who the carrier of the dragon vein was, the last few sentences did not light up no matter how they interpreted it. But last year, as your name became more and more famous, it finally reached the ears of the Wang family. Once, they unconsciously interpreted your name, Zhuo Xiao Duo, and the relevant words lit up. At this point, after reading your name, the entire prophecy carrier shone like a light bulb. There was not a single word that was gloomy anymore. This phenomenon strengthened the confidence of the Wang family's upper echelons. Do you understand now? Under such circumstances, not to mention the Wang family, as long as they know the contents of the prophecy, no one will doubt it. And as long as you, Zhuo Xiao Duo, are sacrificed during the dragon vein scramble, the Wang family can let their prodigy disciples reap all the benefits of this dragon vein scramble and the heaven and earth opportunity. From then on, they will achieve meteoric success. Perhaps they will be even more impressive than the minister and the emperor. No matter what the final outcome is, at least this hope is the greatest hope of the Wang family. They will not regret it even if they die 100 times. Therefore, for the Wang family, everything has already reached the final stage. As long as you, Zhuo Xiao Duo, are sacrificed, everything will be over. They will wait for the great success. The Wang family has already made all the other preparations. Therefore, they used the series of events such as killing Qin Fangyang and digging up He Yuanyue's grave to lure you to the capital. In this way, with your character, you will definitely come. And as long as you come, you will never be able to escape from the Wang family's control. As long as you come, you will either die here or the Wong family will be destroyed by your hands. Other than that, there will be no third way to make you leave. However, in the Wong family's judgment, even if you are a prodigy and have extraordinary strength, you are still a junior from the border. You have no status, no background, and no support. What is there to fear? In fact, if not for the minister's strong intervention after Qin Fangyang's death, the Wong family would have acted even more unscrupulously. They would have even attacked you directly. After all, on the surface, the two sides cannot be reconciled. Only one side can be completely destroyed. And if anyone were to judge, it would only be you, a junior, who will die. After that, no one would pursue this matter. This is also where the confidence of the descendants of the god of war comes from. Basically, this is the Wong family's plan. Do you understand now? Do you understand? Lei Changtian finished his explanation. Sua Xiaoduo heaved a deep sigh. He had already guessed most of the reasons and even the process from what he had encountered during this period of time. However, he didn't know the most crucial part. It was fortunate that the old man's cultivation level was so high that it shocked the world. Otherwise, what would have happened? No, his cultivation base is shocking, but his brain is not good. Who knows, he might get into big trouble. I have to be careful, I have to be careful. Now that we know who the specific target is, things will be much easier. Sua Xiaoduo said excitedly, I'm just afraid that we don't have a specific target. Now that we have a confirmed target, we can complete this task in one night. What do you want to do, kid? Lei Changtian stared at him. Grandfather, you're a layman. Although we're in a society ruled by law, and nothing can be accomplished without rules, and power and influence are the rules, in the eyes of cultivators who have entered the Tao, isn't the power of the fist the real reason? The task that I want to complete can be said to be quite difficult for the two of us. It requires hundreds of plans, thousands of calculations, and a lot of luck. It's easy to lose everything. But for you, it's a piece of cake. Sua Xiaoduo flattered him eagerly, Grandfather, as long as you personally go and capture Wang Han and Wang Zhong, then we can interrogate them or search their souls. Everything will be clear, won't it? Sua Xiaoduo already wanted to win without doing anything. His grandfather was the fiend ancestor. Such a trivial matter was a piece of cake for him. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Chapter 1132. Sua Xiaoduo said eagerly. Of course, if you want to save some trouble, you can help us take down all the Wong family and the families that colluded with them to do this. You don't have to worry about killing people. Just leave this kind of rough work to me. As long as you can control all of them, I will naturally kill them one by one with my sword. Then, we will have our revenge. How easy and pleasant it will be. There will be a lot of benefits. As a 10,000-year-old aristocratic family, they must have a lot of wealth. The three of us will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. 2 piles of gold will not be a problem. The more Sua Xiaoduo spoke, the more excited he became. He deeply felt the benefits of being the third generation. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to lie at home and wait for his enemies to be captured. He would wake up, wash his face, brush his teeth, and lazily go out. He would treat it as if he was practicing his swordsmanship. He would tie those people up and line up to kill them one by one. Then he would have his revenge. It was just that easy. This was a textbook example of lying down to win a life. Otherwise, he would be willing to be the second generation. This was a risk-free and profitable job. It wasn't tiring at all. He just had to drink some tea and be done with it. My life seems to have reached its peak. It doesn't matter how long this kind of life lasts. For thousands of years, I'll enjoy it and forget to go back. I'll forget my worries and get what I want. I'll enjoy it so much that I won't think of home. Zhuo Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. It felt good. Lei Changtian widened his eyes. What the hell? You mean? I'll go out and capture them. Then I'll capture them and search their souls for interrogation. After the interrogation, I'll go and capture them. I'll capture these thousands of people, line them up, tie them up, and make them kneel here. Then you'll come out and kill them one by one. That's it. Then you'll be able to get your hands on a mountain of gold. The demon ancestor's voice was very strange. How did it become my business? Yes. That's exactly what I mean. However, it's not just me alone, but the three of us. Think about it, we're not targeting just the Wong clan alone. We're targeting a few clans, so how can we not reap a lot of benefits? Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, Grandpa, you see, this is the most direct result. Nian Nian and I won't be in any danger. We won't have to go out and take risks. We won't have to fight with others. We won't be killed or sacrificed to the gods. We'll be safe and you won't have to worry about us, right? And for an old man like you, it's not a difficult thing, and it's not that tiring. Just think of it as an old man going out for a walk after breakfast to loosen his muscles and bones, digest the food, and exercise his body. Well, morning exercise. Right? Isn't that right? Such a small matter is nothing to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, besides, you're my grandfather. Isn't it only right for you to avenge me? That's right. If I don't ask you for help, who else can I ask for help? Right? Why would we bother others when we can do it ourselves? If you ask me, if you don't help me, your dear grandson, then it would be strange. Lei Changtian nodded and then couldn't help but scratch his head, you're right. It's only right for me to avenge my dear grandson. Well, why do I feel like something's not right? What's wrong with that? Nian Nian Cat and I are your treasures. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Grandpa. Please help us. Zhuo Xiaonian said, Grandpa, please help us. Lei Changtian scratched his head. He was a little confused. He stared blankly for a while and then turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo, then. I'm done. What are you going to do? Zhuo Xiaoduo said in surprise, what am I going to do? Didn't I just say it? Didn't I take charge of the whole situation and kill these people to avenge my teacher? The last and most important dirty work has to be done by me. Lei Changtian said angrily, can't I kill these people? Can't I kill them? Do I need you to kill them? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Grandpa, think about it carefully. If you kill them yourself, you're just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. If you don't, it's just a matter of convenience. But no matter how you look at it, you're not avenging my teacher. You're not justified. We still have to figure out the logic of this. Zhuo Xiaoduo said earnestly, Grandpa, we're here to avenge, not to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Lei Changtian felt more and more confused. Why? Why? Suddenly. This job is all mine. But why does it sound so reasonable? What is this saying? No. The devil ancestor shook his head, why should I do this? I have to do all the work. It doesn't feel right. And I don't even have a proper title. Why did you do this? Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised, you're my grandpa, my biological grandpa. If you don't help me, who will? You're my grandpa. You're helping your grandson out and doing something small. This. Do you want extra remuneration? Do you want us to give you a salary? Lei Changtian said angrily, who said anything about remuneration? When did I say that? Then you mean. You're my grandpa, so you should do all these things. You don't need remuneration. Yes, it's very necessary. It's just that you don't need remuneration. Lei Changtian really felt that his brain was turning to mush. He was getting more and more confused. Okay, then I understand. Originally, when I was going to confiscate the property, I was going to split the profits into 3 portions. Since you didn't want to do so, I won't force you. Just treat it as your reward to us. As the saying goes, one doesn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. Zhou Xiaoduo said happily. Zhou Xiaoduo said these words with absolute confidence and confidence. Grandpa doesn't want to help me. What a joke. Is there a need to say this? Grandpa is just helping his grandson out a little. How can he have the cheek to share the profits of other people's children? This doesn't make sense. Saying that one doesn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. This is the end, the end. Lei Changtian felt his brain was in a mess. He held his head and said, Wait. Wait, let me think. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. I've already explained it so clearly. Why can't you understand? This shouldn't be. This doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Grandpa, you're acting so strange. Zhou Xiaoduo said in confusion, I just don't understand. Which family doesn't step up when the younger generation is bullied? As the saying goes, when the younger generation is beaten up, the older generation will step up. Isn't this the current situation of the world? Why is it that when it comes to us? Why are you suddenly refusing? You've been in seclusion all this time and didn't even know about my existence. There's nothing to say. Now that you've come out of seclusion and reappeared in the world, why can't you stand up for me? Lei Changtian frowned and thought, I'm not refusing. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression changed immediately. He cried and said, Grandpa, you don't love me. Zhou Xiaonian also frowned and asked pitifully, Grandpa, why don't you help us? Well, although Zhou Xiaonian didn't have any dirty thoughts like Zhou Xiaoduo, her thoughts were habitually following Zhou Xiaoduo's. After so many years, she had long been used to it. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's words were fallacious, they were the most common things in the secular world. It could be said that his words were reasonable. At this time, Zhou Xiaonian naturally followed Zhou Xiaoduo's tone. Lei Changtian was completely dumbfounded. This still can't stop trembling. Bai Yunduo kept transmitting her voice in his ear, don't interfere, please don't interfere again. Zhou Xiaoduo asked his grandpa for help with tears in his eyes, why don't you do it? Why don't you help me? Why? Let me think. Lei Changtian held his head. Bai Yunduo seemed to have a point, if I could interfere, then when my master came to Shangjing, he would have directly arrested all these people and waited for junior brother to behead them. Wouldn't it be over? Why would I need you? To put it bluntly, Bai Yunduo's words were very rude, but they were very reasonable. Wasn't it to train junior sister and junior brother to deal with half of the matter and leave the other half behind? Besides, what's the point of doing everything directly? If you don't train in the mainland, do you really want to go to the battlefield to experience life and death? Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Are you able to get rid of all of little Duo Yu's enemies in this lifetime? Then what's the point of him cultivating? From now on, he can just lie down and be a salted fish. When Lei Changtian heard this, he seemed to have understood. When he turned his head again, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo half lying on the sofa. His body was so lazy that it seemed to have no bones. His hands were behind his head, and his legs were crossed. Well, he really looked like a standard salted fish. That it seemed that after this kid knew his identity, he had started to win by lying down. What a standard way to lie down. By Yunduo kept complaining through telepathy in the air. I told you not to do anything, not to do anything. Even if you want to do something, it's enough to do it secretly. You can't do it personally. You loved your grandson, so you wanted to leave a good impression. You wanted to go down. Now look. What my master is most afraid of is that junior brother's salted fish personality suddenly exploding. Once there's a strong person around him, he won't do anything even if he's beaten to death. To him, there's no other choice. Now that you've shown up, you've confirmed his identity as a third-generation cultivator. Won't he directly enter salted fish mode? If junior brother didn't know your identity, it would have been fine. But now he clearly knows that you're the demon ancestor, the strongest person in the 3 continents that no one dares to provoke. Now look, isn't he starting to become a salted fish? Look at what you've done. If master and mistress find out, The title of this chapter is just like what I'm doing now. It's a bit confusing. From a long time ago, when Xiao Duo encountered something, many of his brothers were looking forward to it. Fathers should do something, mothers should do something. I'm thinking about this. Do I need to write it down? If I write it down, will you think that I'm preaching? It's a bit confusing. I need to sort it out. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.